Alright, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, we good, we good. Yep, I say we good. Alright, hello. You guys are doing well inside the stream. I forgot my schedule a few times. A little bit to dig into some of my games. Well, we're back to at least focus on the event in past nowhere. Way too long.
Now an empty space, neon signs buzzing on my face. See shadows stretching in the dark.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about this one.
Figures walking.
Man, I can feel some of this. Oh, it's gonna end in one day. What the fuck? Well, I can never fucking pick up the pace. Oh my god. sheet. Wait, is it the wrong sheet? Then, yeah, it's been. What is that? Don't vessel water. Here we go. Yeah, no. We got all the sheets. Where's the well? Yeah, here we go. Free shit, why not? Right, back to the rails and rocket dock. This is done in one day. Oh my god, we will speed run this. Alright, back to the fucking whatever this thing is based off the movie of. I forgot the movie name already. Was it the something Express? I don't remember, but it was a good detective movie on a movie train. Surprisingly, I barely use that much. Alright, to prevent anyone from breaking in during the night, you push the low cabinet against the door, wedging it firmly against the handle. Now, even if someone manages to force their way in, you'll be woken up by the noise before they can reach you. With your defenses in place, you lie down and drift off to sleep to the rhythmic sounds of the train rolling forward, until you jolted awake by a scream. Wait, what scream we're talking about? The scream came from somewhere close. One of the neighbor's rooms, it seems. You force your eyes open and glance at your watch. Fucking midnight as well, what the hell? What happened? Someone to attack? Spring out of your bed and hurry to the door. Footsteps echoes down the corridor, followed by voices in the distance.
Oh, someone was in my room. Couldn't see. Vanished. Stay calm. I'll get someone to investigate.
Alright. Someone jogs away, and you carefully move the cabinet aside and open the door slightly, only to find a corridor does plunge into darkness once more. Another power outage. You stay put out of caution. Soon, multiple steps approach. From the other end of the corridor, this time the voices are clearer.
The circuit breaker's broken. Don't worry. I've already asked Mr. William from room 102 to fix it.
I brought a spare lantern. Are you all right?
The doors open, followed by a little surprise. Come out. Well, there we go. Wait, should I? Nah. No, I'm not sure. Okay, the doors open, followed by sounds of things being moved around. Not long after, the attendants and Carl stepped out of the room to cool their separate aids. Seems like they found nothing. You secured the door once more, the power still hasn't been restored. You check your watch again. Yeah, just takes 7 minutes. You return to bed and close your eyes, trying to embrace sweet dreams. Until the damn windows broke open. This time the sound is much closer. The tones come from Clementine's compartments. Clementine? No response. Heard something break. You need any help? You knock on the compartment door. Soon a muffled female voice comes from it.
I'm fine. I can clean it up myself.
Upon hearing a response, you lie back down, now reassured. You drowsily glance at your watch before drifting off. Fuck hell, already 1 a.m. You close your eyes and the dream world welcomes you once more. You finally hear sounds from the corridor. The attendant has returned. Then Carl speaking with her. Seems like he is asking for a fresh towel. Click. The power seems to be back on. Then heavy footsteps pass by. The attendant is thanking William for fixing the circuit breaker. Sounds outside grow increasingly muffled, gradually blending into an indistinct hum. The lands of dreams beckons. There you'll find no murder mystery or culprits. Only the warmest, most peaceful darkness awaits. Finally, with no further disturbance, you fall into a deep slumber. And then morning comes. You wake to the gentle sunlight shining on your face. It's still fairly early. You get up and freshen up, noticing that Clementine's door remains closed, which she is probably still asleep. Before Clementine's wake, you can begin going over the suspect points from yesterday's investigation. Door, fuck it. In the dining car, William Rusty Nails is in the furthest corner, just like yesterday. Meanwhile, Miss Jones seems to have mistaken someone else for her child, again, insisting they eat broccoli that came with their sausage. The dining car is gradually filled with passengers before Carlos enters as well. He nods, greeting you, but politely declines your invitation to join you for breakfast. He looks rather unwell. You don't press the matter. You return to your table and examine the letter once more, scrutinizing the traces left by each pasted character. Gradually, the sunlight shifts from your face to below your feet. The dining car empties as breakfast time draws to a close. You raise your hand to call over the attendant.
Coming. How may I help you?
My roommate doesn't seem to be up yet. Could you bring breakfast to her room?
No problem. Miss Clementine in room 104, correct? I'll be right
Clementine,
there.
come on! After the attendant leaves with the tray, you wait for a long time until I guess Clementine's dead. You step into the corridors and run towards the room at the far
A
end.
power outage, complete darkness. It's the perfect opportunity to strike. So tell me, why hasn't our killer made their move yet?
Your conversation from last night echoes in your mind. An ominous feeling begins to take hold of you.
You came rushing in so quickly once you heard me scream. Were you worried about me? Weren't you afraid the attacker might still be in here?
Your heart beats faster and faster. Your footsteps too grow heavier along with the pounding.
My, looks like you've caught me red-handed. You're absolutely right. My sworn enemy is on this train, trembling in fear at this very moment, terrified I might come knocking.
Don't tell me. Alright, is it Clementine or somebody else is in the room? You burst into room 104, the room shrouded in darkness. The curtains aren't completely closed, showing a sliver of pale light cut through them, casting a narrow shadow that falls between the bed and the floor. The partition door stands open. Clementine lies on the bed. Body curls up slightly, head tilted to one side. Her expression is serene, as if she is only drifting into sleep after a long sleepless night. Yep, she did. Blood spread from beneath her body, and dark red stains extend outwards on both sides, like a pair of torn butterfly's wings still struggling to fall. A faint scent of incense dripped from the fire, mingling with the Clementine's smell the blood stink. Beside her hand lies a blood-stained black girl. Still, you were able to make out several large and see cats sprawled across it. Consider the burning redwood. Now, after that, the burning redwood. You find an illustration right next to the last line of text, tucked between the manuscript pages. Your gaze is drawn to the image that blood dead placed aside in his hand, something that should exist in this fictional world. This is a carnal vice. It's supposed to be a retro setting without any communication rights. Or you can voice your impression for terminal ratings. Notification shall sound right out in succession. This nightingale. Let's just slow down, stopping on the right. It's no. Breaking news! The first half of Harvey just dropped on the official site. I can try speculating who died. Yes, the victim would be Clementine herself. What does the burning even mean? Getting no is meant to explain. I'm dying to know. The author Clementine died. No. The real Clementine. There's a character with the same name. New book who died. This new book is serialized. The chapters have already been posted online, but the final chapter be unlocked. We have to wait another week for those. So, what does the burning redwood even mean? It feels like a really important theory. I'm not usually active here, but that phrase you're talking about could be that fire. Or what fire? You look up immediately. Clementine stands before you. Her smile is as gentle as ever. An eerie spectral glow emanates from the butterfly ornament at the neck, as if it is about to come alive. Still, you remain firmly pinned in place. On your screen, a line of red text stands out. Nightfall 105, East Side Fire, the burning redwood. Ooh. So it does come fucking inspiration from real life. Yep, we got fucking blood here already. No clues? Really? I mean, come on. You're a detective for crying out loud. Okay, Clementine is dead. So that's something new. I mean, in The Walking Dead, Clementine's still alive. Until the very end. Let's see. This myth chat room, spoilers about the burning redwood. Okay, comments 400. Okay, I've been getting a lot of requests in my DMs lately, so I made a dedicated post to explain. The legend of the burning redwood dates back over a decade. Supposedly, a cursed streets in Eastside was about to be torn down and rebuilt when a mysterious fire suddenly engulfed it. The blaze raged for 3 days and 3 nights. Nothing could put it out. The flames lit up half of Eastside like a massive burning redwood. Ever since, rumors has all been over the place, what's true and what's not. Honestly, I'm not even sure that the place ever existed. I knew there was more to this than meets the eye. Like an Optimus quote in here. Another case. How exciting. Who even dig up some cold tape like this to write about? Not chasing much. Plus, didn't this case barely get any attention to begin with? Wait, remember that rumor about Clementine? How disasters always follows after she published a book. You think there's a chance that the incident is connected to this fire? Okay, renowned author Clementine unearths old cold case. Does the burning redwood in Murder on the Pravia Express really exist? Best-selling novel led to bizarre fire. Just what might the truth be? Speculation begins to spiral. Search for the burning redwood skyrockets, and related topic climbs the trending list. All questions or theories ultimately converge on a single question. What connection does your book have with the fire from Nightfall 105? The study remained as warm and cozy as before. Clementine still sits across from you. She rises to refill your tea, her smile velvet behind the rising steam, making her expression impossible to read. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of chill in her spine.
A victim appears. The mystery explodes. The story is on the right track, and the buzz has reached its peak. Chief, my little marketing trick worked rather well. Wouldn't you agree?
Hey, damn it. You emphasize that your story is set in a fictional retro world for Nightfall, and yet you deliberately left breadcrumbs for people to follow, leading them to dig deeper into whether the incident behind it was real or fabricated. I'll admit, as a marketing strategy, it was remarkably effective. That is, assuming this book really is, as you claim, completely fictional. You did consider the possibility that the crime foretold in Pravia might have already occurred, but a fire from decades ago. You met you meet Clementine's gaze directly, trying to find some kind of opening in her composure. I'm sure you got better things to do as well. How about you come clean already? Is the burning redwood real or not? And what connection does the Primary Express have with the fire? Just which part of your story are fictional, which part are real?
Believe me, Chief, I'd love to cooperate. Unfortunately, though, I'm obligated to stay silent.
What do you mean by that? Clementine taps her chin lightly, almost like she genuinely troubled by such absurd predicament.
The thing is, I've signed an extremely strict contract with my publisher. If I reveal even a single word more than I should before Preva is fully released, I'll have lawyers knocking at my door and demanding compensation by tomorrow. The conclusion to the mystery is what makes my novel valuable. If the truth were revealed prematurely, the book wouldn't be able to sell. However,
However, what? Her fingers conceal the grin she's wearing. The woman before you, just like some ancient fox spirits from folklore. She's cunning, kind.
if the detective can deduce the answer themselves using the clues in the book, that wouldn't count as me giving spoilers, would it?
Clementine, Clementine. Has anyone ever told you that your acting is terrible?
Oh my, was it that bad?
Yes. The contract is just an excuse. You can tell she's making things difficult on purpose. You really go through all of this trouble just to make me keep reading your book.
Writing is no easy task. Naturally, a writer would like to preserve their story's secrets until readers reach the ending. It wouldn't hurt to indulge in this little game now, would it? Think of it as a deduction challenge.
Girl, you're risking
As both
life here,
reader
even your own.
and detective, you must search the book for clues that are hidden in the smallest details, just like anyone else. And then, you'll ultimately uncover the mastermind behind these heinous crimes.
Yeah, I'm still guessing it's you, because you're literally your character is being able to pull. What make you so sure I'll play along? right back. Gonna get a little water. And I got my nephew sleeping beside me, so I'm gonna be a little bit more quiet. If I go. Alright, let's see. My MBCC team is right outside this building. I wouldn't mind continuing this conversation elsewhere, you know? And of course, with Roma.
True. But if you really wanted to use force, you could have dragged me back to the MBCC the moment you walked in.
Does that too?
You didn't haul me in for questioning. That makes me think we're on the same page. We both want to keep this little misunderstanding between us.
I mean, I wouldn't mind to make this misunderstanding with the MBCC, but
Authors hate spoilers, but I'm more than happy to guide you on your journey to the truth.
the book's pages open before you once more. The illustration of the victim is strikingly disturbing. The blood stain beside the victim is spread out like butterfly wings. You look up and see the wall of butterfly specimens behind Clementine. They seem to mirror the death witched in her book.
Rest assured, Chief. I promise. Whatever it is that you're looking for, you'll find the clues you need in this book.
I still don't know why she fucking
So,
dragging me with her.
read it and solve the mystery. Just who on this train killed Clementine?
Clementine or Clementine? I'm calling you Clementine. Alright, let's see. Okay. There we go.
Crush them up! I am
Oh, yeah,
Legion.
Oh, fuck.
Time to die. I'll take this one.
Lord. Gossip spread faster than any announcement. Word of the murder raced through the car, and the dining cars descended into chaos. The that's not the word. Train attendant Allison finds herself trapped in the middle of the crowd. She stands on her toes, raised her voice, struggling to make herself heard over the storm of speculation and shouting.
Everyone, please calm down and listen. The situation is being handled. Yes, we will ensure your complete safety, but the train cannot make an emergency stop. We must wait until we reach the destination before the police can assist us.
Behind a thin wall, a train conductor dabs sweat in his temples with his handkerchief, mumbling instruction to a subordinate at his side. We can't keep this under the rug for long. Not just first class. Passengers of the other car will soon realize something's wrong. He quickly glanced out the window at the receding tracks. The train cannot stop. Not sure the killer's still on board. We need to find him quickly. Otherwise, realize when we reach the station we're all finished. The conductor lowered his voice, trying to keep the conversation in beneath the clamors from the dining car. However, the whispers come out strained and trembling. A murder is the worst kind of scandal for a railway company. He never imagined he would have to deal with something like this. Handling a murder investigation was as well above his pay grade. In that case, please allow me to assist. You speak up before the man's sweat completely soaked through his handkerchief. You're the other guest from room 104. The man gazed sharply instantly. His eyes narrowed into slit. As he sighs you up, scrutiny makes you uncomfortable. Yesterday, the victim, Miss Clementine, hired me to find a suspected killer on this train. And now, one night later, she's been murdered in the room next to mine. You raise your wrist to check your watch. 11:15 a.m. The train remained on course, ever so steady. There are less than 9 hours until you arrive at the destination. There's not much time, but enough nevertheless. You work fast, that is. Fortunately, the scene remains untouched, and the passengers haven't scattered yet. As for the killer is still likely on the train, hiding among the passengers. I understand that being in the room next to the victim makes me a prime suspect, but I must ask you to give me a chance to clear my name. I give you my word as detective, I will uncover the truth behind this case. You present your credentials. The man seems to recognize your name, and his expression suggests that he now feels less conflicted. You press your advantage with one final offer. If you still have doubts, you're welcome to assign someone to monitor my investigation and see if I make any suspicious moves. And if the case remains unsolved by the time we reach our destination, you can hand me over to the authorities as your prime suspect. Logic and emotion, a balance appealing. It is at times like these when persuasion skills you've honed from years of many findings show their worth. The conductor's expression shifts repeatedly as he weighs your words before finally relenting with a nod. Now the stage is yours, detective. Seal off the crime scene in every compartment of this carriage. Don't let anyone clean or touch anything. Every trace could be a vital clue. Also compile a list of everyone who entered or left the first class carriage last night. They'll be interviewing them one by one shortly. One more thing. There's a passenger in second class with medical background. Please bring her here. I need her assistance with examining the body. The attendant, Allison, will know who I'm referring to. Examine the scene, documents the evidence, interview the witness, and piece together the truth. What exactly happened in Clementine's room last night? Well, we heard a fucking, you know, crashing of something. I'm guessing it's either the fucking windows or... Wait, I'm seeing something here. Either that is a hidden compartment or that's just the way to the living room. I don't know. The conductors walk away, muttering under his breath. It's clear his suspect hasn't been fully laid to rest. If you fail to find the real culprit, you're likely to be handed over as the prime suspect the moment the train stops. But at least he granted you permission to investigate. You still have time to uncover the truth before the train reaches final stop. The crime scene is in the neighboring compartment. That's where you should begin your investigation. Okay, sure. Yep, here we go. Okay, first of all, let's check this. Fragments of a wine glass lie scattered across the floor, soaking half the carpet in crimson. The wine formed a dark red pool among the shattered glass, making the crime scene look like a more disturbed. You put on the gloves and carefully brush aside the scattered fragments around where the base of the glass should have been. You discovered a small amount of spring colored sediment in the remaining wine. Wine sediment, perhaps, but you immediately dismissed the thought. The staff board electric train like a crab would make such a basic mistake as serving unfiltered wine. Veronica frowns as she pulls out a strip of reagent paper from her pockets and pours a drop of red wine onto it. The paper gradually shifts in color. The sediment in the wine is most likely a sedative, a large dose at that. There are few signs of struggles on the deceased. She may have already lost motor function before sustaining her injuries. Forensic states. Then it's worth investigating where this wine came from. The only one attempted to serve the first class carriage, Allison. Alright, we got our first clue. What's this one? A brass train bell hangs on the wall near the headboard. Its position is remarkably close to the bed, well within arm's reach for anyone lying there, even if the victim was suddenly attacked in the middle of the night. She should have had time to ring it, but last night, the bell in Clementine's room never rang. There were no sound of struggles, no cries for help, nothing. The panic overwhelmed her in those final moments, causing her to forget about the bell for. As she lost consciousness way before she was killed. What's this? The murder is one of us, okay? A letter rests on the desk. Most of it has been burned. The contents buried beneath charged edges and suit, making it nearly impossible to read. You attempt to piece the fragments together. Okay. North now, we still got other stuff. The murder, okay, the wristwatch, an expensive designer woman's watch. Deep crack runs across the face and hands frozen at 1:05. Yeah, isn't that the moment something falls here? And wait, who was the dude asking for a hand towel again? I fucking forgot. The moment the watch was damaged could be to connect when the murder took place. Yeah, stab her. Oh, I thought she was poisoned. You pick up an inconspicuous round locket from the shadows. You open it and catch a glimpse of a small lock of golden hair arranged with a figure 18 facets. Only then you realize that this unassuming the locket is actually a classic piece of hair accessory. People have long believed that hair possesses sacred quality, that it can preserve a person's soul. Because hair never decays, it has also become a symbol of remembrance and mourning. Is this a keepsake belonging to the deceased, Clementine? Or is this a damning piece of evidence that the killer left behind by mistake? By the way, finding the owner of this locket will be a crucial step in solving this case. One string is connected to the blonde hair. Oh, it could be William, or somebody who died there. You swept the area near the window with your eyes. The curtain has been drawn back, and the window itself stands more than halfway open. The gap is large enough for an adult to pass through. If the culprit escaped through the window, the department made no stops along this route. The train traveled at speed up to 120 kilometers per hour. Anyone who attempted to jump would have no chance of surviving. Moreover, the noise of such an act would have been impossible to miss. As you stayed in the engine compartment, you certainly would have been woken. Then, Clementine killer must still be aboard this racing iron cage. All you need to do is find the culprit before the train reaches its destination. What is this? You crouch down to examine the door. Locked cylinders smooth without damage. You see no sign of a keyhole being tampered with or forced entry. This means that before the attendant unlocks it with the key, the door remains securely locked from the inside, completely untouched. Classic locked room mystery. You rule out both the door and the window's escape routes. So then how did the killer leave this room? So still this one. You move along the walls of the room, tapping your fingers lightly against them as you make your way around. Most of the walls produce a dull, solid sound, but at one particular spot behind the bed, the sound is hollow and clear. You push against it, but just behind the wall there's a budge. Running your hand together across the surface, you found a small keyhole concealed within a shallow grove. This seems to be a secret door. You're one step closer to unraveling this mystery. Next, you need to find the key that opens the secret door. Okay, let's see. Okay. We successfully pieced the two halves together. The paper size and text formatting match perfectly. Since they fit together, they almost certainly from the same letter. This phrase here, the burning redwood, might be the key to solving this case. You should ask the suspect about it during questioning. Okay? Okay? But where do I find the key? Come on, there's gotta be a key. The key. What key? Oh, right. Oh, more of this. Okay. What do I have to do again? Same color. Come on. I gotta say, these little games are quite fun. Reminds me of the one in Okay, I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna skip that for now. Okay, go to the corridors. Yeah. Tiny car? Nothing there here. So I think. There's still this one, I know that. Okay, Forensica, what do you got?
Please, make way! The doctor is here!
The crowd divides, barely creating a narrow path. The attendant brushed through the visible tents, followed by a strange woman in a skeleton frame from earlier. Forensica. Only now do you take a proper look at it. The bad wrinkled coat is covered in a small tools and labels. Outside the context of the skeleton incident, it does look more like work attire. At the very least, it makes far more sense in a professional setting that oversized suitcase did.
Step aside. Don't contaminate the scene.
She ignores the stares around her and walks straight towards the body, holding a pair of disposable gloves as she goes. She puts them on in a clean motion, then tightens them at the wrist. She crouches down and carefully observes the body's condition. She then addresses it, exposes the torso, then begins examining the wound in detail.
Left chest. Fourth intercostal space. Clean wounds. Right hand. Sharp weapon.
Okay. The second wound below the right leg. The ribs. Third, she examines. She confirms and records each wound in detail. The entire process is seamless. She's incredibly focused. Her fingers is moving with precision and efficiency. For a moment, you almost dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine that this calm, composed doctor is the same person as the eccentric woman lugging a skeleton around earlier. Then the bulky figure pushed through the crowd. A pot-bellied man glances at the scene that immediately turns his head away. He pulls out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Though his mouth doesn't stop running. How did the person die? In conclusion, can you tell who the killer is? Oh, are they male or female? But is still on the train, right? Forensica didn't look up. She She pulls out a high-intensified flashlight, directs the beam onto the body.
D3PO's talking again. Oh, great! Someone's yapping. Can't he just shut up? D3PO. He's a good guy, because when Look is working, he knows to keep quiet and stay in the background.
Alright, we're back. Rose began mutters without looking up, though her hands were moving noticeably faster now. The conductor scratches his head, clearly unable to follow the logic. You decide to speak up. I believe what she's saying, that she needs a quiet environment when she's working. We should give her some space. Things like this sometimes, you know. That person's already there. Forensica flicks her wrist and a high-intensity flashlight shines directly into the conductor's eyes. Actions speak louder than words, as they say. The conductor squints, mutters a few complaints, then finally retreats. Silence. Return to the scene once more. 20 minutes later, the coroner stands up. He tears a page from a notebook and hands it to you, casually, just like when she shoved that Christmas card into your hands earlier. Okay, estimate time of death, approximately between midnight and 1 a.m. Margin of error may vary, depends on ambient temperature, victim physiology, and code. External injury overview, 12 penetration wounds from sharp weapons observed across the body. Primarily in the anterior chest region. Wounds are clean and sharp, consist of injury caused by a single edge or double-edged weapon. No significant blunt force trauma observed elsewhere on body. Cause of death, cardiac, and or major vascular rupture caused by penetration, resulting in an accurate exsanguination. What the fuck this word is?
The wounds are concentrated around the front of the chest. The pattern is chaotic with varying depths. 3 of the stabs went extremely deep. My guess is those were the fatal ones. The rest are shallower, and 2 are barely more than scratches.
What does that tell us? We'll be looking for 2 attackers with different levels of strength.
Can't say for certain. It's also possible the killer deliberately used varying force to throw off the investigation. Though, what I can confirm is that the victim had already lost consciousness when the murder took place. Judging from the wounds, there was virtually no resistance.
Coroner findings are thorough and precise, contrary to her earlier careless attitude. Impressive, as expected, of professional.
It's just basic forensics.
She rolls her eyes as you just said something absurd.
I'm just relaying what the corpse told me. There's nothing difficult about that.
Is that so? Then I suppose I lack the talent for a particular language. As a detective, I've seen plenty of people who either scream at the sight of a corpse or develop an unhealthy fascination with them. Not many people can treat them with such composure. You can tell that you truly respect them. The word catches her off guard. She turns her face away and falls silent for a moment.
That's because they deserve it.
Yeah,
The living come in all sorts. Good, bad, idiots, liars. But the dead are equal. A corpse is just a corpse after all. They don't lie. They have no bias. And their honesty is absolute.
alright,
Listen
that's
to
one way
them,
to listen to that.
and they'll give you the truth. It's the most effective form of communication there is.
She speaks quietly, and for some reason, it reminds you of the way she looked at those bones in the corridors earlier. She has that same calm, gentle gaze. It seems she reserved all her harshness and caustic remarks for the living. It seems to have met an exceptionally skilled forensic pathologist then. Please, allow me to introduce myself. I happen to take on the detective work from time to time. Perhaps we'll have the chance to work together in the future. The woman hesitates for a moment before slowly nodding, seizing the opportunity to continue. By the way, did you work at the City Forensics Research Institute before? I've actually met a few of your former colleagues. All quite impressive. The moment the word leaves your mouth, you know that forensic expression instantly darkens.
That's none of your concern.
Okay.
There's no point discussing this. The forensic report is complete. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll be taking my leave here.
She turns and disappears into the crowd without giving you a chance to respond. You stand there, replaying your words in your head for a moment. In theory, you don't seem to have said anything offensive, but theory and reality rarely align. Clearly, something you said struck the nerve. You're still puzzled, but the truth remains elusive. So right now, the case takes priority over understanding why Forensica reacted that way. You shake off the thought and return to your focus to the case. Alright. Okay, is there pocket map? Oh yeah, right, check. Evidence. Where's the piece of paper we have? There's one for food. Open window, newspaper, older reporter. Train timetables. Where didn't we get like a paper from her or something? I don't remember. Okay. Oh well. Nothing else on that. Still this one though. Oh, where's my key? Come on, let's get the fucking key or something. Alright, let's discuss the case. We're talking. Oh, when we talk about the autopsy, an awkward tension hanging between the two of you. It seems neither of you is recovering from your confrontation earlier. There's only when she hears you mention the case that Forensica will reluctantly glance your way. You got something else you want to ask? Besides what you just mentioned, is there anything else in the autopsy report that might help the case? Forensica glances at you upon hearing the question and takes a moment before responding. First, the time of death is crucial information. Anyone with an alibi during the estimated time of death can be ruled out. That should help narrow down the pool of suspects. Second, a wound from substance was observed on the body. Again, we found traces of sleeping pills at the crime scene. Both point to the same conclusion. She was drugged first and killed without being able to defend herself. Yeah, be able to fight back. You should consider starting there. First, you should think about who had the chance to slip something into her drink, or who was carrying sleeping pills in her luggage. Find the answer to those questions, you might just find the killer. Alright, I give you a little time. Now go do your job. And if you don't catch the killer, then expect me to be nice about it. Yeah, okay, you don't have to be fucking harsh about it. Okay, dining. Here we go. Wait, is this? I mean, there's still this. But, I'm gonna have to find out later. Alright, Allison. Last night, not the keys. Miss Allison, if I'm not mistaken, the train should have a master key that can open all the doors. The attendant hesitates before taking out a key with intricate patterns. This is the master key of all first-class cabins. It has been our possession the entire time, and I can guarantee that it never left my person last night. However, I can't say the same for the other one. The other one? There are 2 master keys for each carriage. One is kept by the attendant, though that's the one I just showed you. The other one is stored in the conductor's office, and I think perhaps one has gone missing. The conductor was terrified. He ordered everyone to keep quiet now. Since it's a serious incident, and I can't keep this one to myself. Not when there's a murder involved. You tip your hand to the attendants in respect. This information is invaluable to your investigation. Alright, about that. Should I? Yeah, that's it. Under your sharp gaze, Allison, the attendants who have been so friendly and warm, shifts uncomfortably. Her eye darts away, unable to meet yours. She bites her lower lips and speaks before you can say anything. I'm terribly sorry. The train crew bears full responsibility for what happened. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. I appreciate your candor. However, what I need more right now is your testimony. I hope you can tell me everything that happened in the first-class carriage last night. Of course, I'd be happy to oblige, but I'm not sure how useful this will be. I never saw anyone enter or leave room 104 last night. Around 10 p.m., after confirming that the dining hall was empty, I took my post in the corridor near the second-class carriage, and from then until the incident that was discovered this morning, I didn't even see a single stranger enter the corridor. So you're saying that from the moment you started your shift, no one entered this carriage? That's correct. The private dining car and first-class carriage are at the rear of the train. Anyone entering would have passed right by me. Could have missed them. You realize the implication that the attendant's testimony. This means the culprit must be among the passengers already in first class. Thank you, miss. Your information has been invaluable. Please go get something to eat and rest for them. I may need to ask you a follow-up question later, but I'll leave that for after you've had your chance to recover. The attendant smiles, clearly grateful for your consideration, and turns to leave. As she does, you speak up as though something just occurred to you. Oh, one more thing. Was there a power outage in the corridors around 12:50 a.m.? Oh, I nearly forgot. The first-class carriage did lose power for a brief while around 12:50 a.m. midnight-ish. After Mrs. Jones rang the bell, I request Mr. William, who come out to check on the doors, to help fix the circuit breaker. He got it working around 10 a.m. The corridor was in complete darkness for those 20 minutes. Miss Jones in 103 rang her bell in the middle of the night. Yes, she claimed someone had entered her room. Mr. Carl from room 101 and Mr. William from room 102 heard the commotion and came out to help with the search. They didn't find anyone suspicious inside. The first-class passengers certainly had an eventful night. To make a mental note of the time Allison gave you and begins reconsidering the implications. Oh, come on, I got the key. The room is quiet. Only the occasional rustles of the turning pages, scratches of pen on paper can be heard. Clementine sits across from you, a notebook of her own open before it. The page is repeated with a chaotic web of scribbled words and connecting lines. Every so often she paused to think before adding another note and draw a few more lines connecting different words. From a distance, the layer of line and word begins to resemble a butterfly sketch in ink. You try to make sense of the note, but they're far too mess. You study them for some time until even Clementine can no longer ignore you staring at what's happening.
How are you coming along, Chief?
Alright, back. Let's see. Almost there or still need more time? Let's go with the one. Still need a bit more time, but I'm getting close to leaving this now for a moment.
But you've been on the same page for nearly 10 minutes now.
Exactly. That's why. You look away, choosing silence over a response. I see your struggles, Clementine extend a helping hand once more.
Even the greatest detectives would hit a dead end every now and then. There's no shame in it.
What do you mean no shame? I got the key. All I need is the goddamn door. She waved a draft paper in her hands.
Would you like a hint?
I'll pass.
Oh? You're sure you don't need it?
Exactly.
You've been trying to sneak a peek for quite a while now. Are you sure you don't want a closer look?
I'm good. I'll pass. I'll pass. No thanks. I can tell from the look of your face that you'll set up another trap for me.
What a shame. I was hoping to play the role of a helpful assistant like Watson or Hastings.
Of course you'll reference that. And why are their names censored out? Is it because they're in conflict with us? Clementine stands up with an exaggerated sigh and heads towards the bookshelf under defense of expressions fresh draft paper, leaving you space to think. You gaze return to the pages. The detective in the story have finished searching the crime scene, but you, the reader, still can piece together the clues to identify the concrete suspect. Because then a new approach comes to mind. Unlike the version published online, this manuscript is hand-edited. That means it's most likely the original draft. So while Clementine's away, don't, that's cheating. No, I like the detective work. And then she pulls it back up there. The detective gathers everyone in the dining car. The truth is about to be revealed. He raised his hand, pointing towards the culprit. You flip to the next page. The pages as follows are completely blank. The story cuts off right before the big reveal. Tucked in the last pages of the manuscript is a note. A line of elegant handwriting graces the paper.
Dear naughty little cheater. Too bad.
Fucking
The
knew
final
it.
chapter hasn't been published yet. I'll only send out the manuscript for the last chapter after you leave.
See, I fucking knew it. You look up realizing something. I fucking knew it. Oof, I fucking realized. You look up realizing something, and sure enough, you met with a mischievous smile.
Did I return at a bad time?
Yes. No, you came at just the right time. This time, you're the ones who size. Games usually give new players beginners bonuses. Likewise, the first time readers of mysteries novels need a quick tutorial. Clementine gives you a questioning look. You flip back through the manuscript, organizing the clues as you go. Come on, we got the key. Give me the fucking key. Okay, about the methods. Yeah, the method examples on it. Rickon and the detective separate at around 10 o'clock and went to sleep in their respective rooms. Their doors were locked from the inside, and there are no sign of tampering. So, to rule out the detective as suspect, the culprit can only have entered through the hidden door from the adjacent room 103. Furthermore, the victim showed no sign of struggle. She most likely couldn't control her body when she was attacked, which suggests she has taken some kind of sedative before going to sleep. About the time of death, the pocket watch on the victim was shattered by external force, and it stopped at 105. There was a power outage at that time, which is the perfect opportunity to strike. About the alibi, there were many sounds in the corridor last night of the crime. Everyone was particularly active around 1 o'clock, but their alibis can only be verified through testimonies. There's no physical evidence. The scattered clues connect piece by piece, yet they fail to give you the answer. Just who is it that committed the murder, and how was it done? You turn your gaze back to the architect of this whole conundrum.
Don't give me that look. This is a challenge. What fun would it be if the puzzle was too easy?
I know that.
Besides, what you're missing is simply a bit of experience in a battle of wits with the author.
Of course, the battle with the author. So, let's see here. As Clementine speaks, she flips the pages in your hand.
See? I left you a hint from the very beginning, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. On the back of the message, there's actually another line of text.
If you find yourself stuck, why not try approaching the problem from a different angle? You might discover something new.
What do you think I'm trying to do? I got the fucking key to the door. Let me do it. Not supposed to be a hint. Then the motive cannot be determined. The other method you can use to identify the true culprit. Your hand, which flipping through the pages, suddenly stop. Your eyes are drawn to a particular line of text. Stab wounds. 12 stab wounds. That made me back to fucking Detroit Become Human with 28 stab wounds. Fucking hell. 12 stab wounds. If the intent was to kill, the first few would have been more than enough. Okay, we're back. My fucking headset disconnected. Okay, 12 stab wounds. If the intent was to kill, the first few would have been more than enough. So what was the point of the frenzied stabbing that followed? Revenge? Or was it rage? No, I fucking clicked recording. What the hell did I do that for? Who would harbor such deep hatred towards the victim? In other words, someone else on strange, aside from the victim, must be connected to Redwood. Look up just in time to see Clementine pick up her pen to add another stroke to the indecipherable scribbles. As she met your gaze, she narrowed her eyes and smiled, almost like she wasn't the one who left that hint. What is these women plotting, and how is she connected to that fire? Come on, let me back in already. I got the key. What the fuck? Okay, this is a little new. Set your hands, set your hands, set your hands. Done. In the meantime, just in the shower.
I am the lead. It ends. It ends here.
North. North. Alright, let's put this down. What is my chewing? You step out of compartment 104 and nearly crash right into the train attendant. Allison jumps, startles, and stumbles to a halt. Perfect timing, Allison. I was just looking for you. What's your take on this tragedy?
You're asking me?
Yes, that's right. I want to hear your thoughts. You're going to get a different perspective on things. You pull out your notebook and begin taking notes.
The doctor said Miss Clementine had 12 stab wounds to her chest, but only the first few were fatal. The rest were just frenzied stabbing, like someone venting their rage. But the compartment window was left open. Maybe the killer jumped out after committing the murder?
With the train speed at that time, I doubt it. That's certainly a possibility. Anything else? Check the note that was left at the crime scene, for instance. It mentioned an interesting phrase. The burning redwood. Have you heard it?
I think it was a fire from a long time ago. I was still young back then, though, so I don't really know the details.
Harrison interrupted Chin, trying to recall the incident, but ultimately can't provide much information. She's apologetic that she couldn't be of more help. That's alright. What you've given me is more than enough. There's one more thing I need your help with. All the passengers who entered the first class carriage that night has been gathered in the dining car. I need you to relay a message to them. When they give you the signal, bring them back to their compartments one by one. I'd like to ask them all something. Okay, we still got this, so I might as well fucking check this. I got the key. I got the fucking master key. Why are you not letting me use it? Alright, fine. Let me go check. Forensica, what do you got for me? Nah, that's completed. Never mind. Wait, there's something here. This again. Done. Gotta say, this one is easier than the one in Wuthering Waves. It could be a good thing, could be a bad thing, depends. An unremarkable pair of iron scissors with blade roughly 8 centimeters long. They look rather old with worn edges, but they're still sharp nevertheless. Could this be the murder weapon? After careful comparison, you find that the blade's length doesn't match the depth of the wounds on the victim's body, and rule out the scissors as possible weapons. Mrs. Jones' bed is cluttered. Besides a misting basket overflowing with balls of yarn, several hand-knitted sweaters in various sizes are spread across the sheets. They are clearly made for children. Upon closer inspection, you'll notice several small hand crochet dolls nestled around the comfort knits. There's a kitten with its paws raised high in an exaggerated manner, a puppy shyly covering its face in a box surrounded by other little animals, cradling a tiny storybook in its paws. A kind voice rings out from behind you. Besides, you like them. I make these for the children. If you like, I can make one for you too. Before you can politely decline, Mrs. Jones' mind has already wandered somewhere else again. The grey child, the grey. What should I make for you? She mutters to herself, struggling to decide what to make. I'll check that later. You spot a small golden button on the floor. It looks familiar for some reason. Then you remember seeing this on the train attendant's uniform. Whoa. Based on the mark you examined at the crime scene, there should be a corresponding keyhole at the same position in the room. You feel along the wall for a moment, sure enough, you find a concealed keyhole. Concealed protrusion. New item, I got the master key, but I'll ignore it for now. Wait, this one. Never mind. What about this one? It's still the same. A red travel bag sits on the luggage rack. The design matches with Mrs. Jones' shoulder bag perfectly. It likely is from the same luggage set. A small lock hangs from the clasp. You need to open it to check. Son, could you tell us what the combination is? But the old woman seems to have fallen into confusion again. Faced with your question, her gaze grows distant. She clutches the knitted sweaters on the bed, muttering incoherently. Red, yellow, blue, green. Red, red, yellow, blue, green. Password, that's all I remember. Hey yo, how the fuck I got that? I just fucking picked that at random. Okay, Mr. Jones ID. Guitar teacher. Okay, only got that. Ah, here we go. Glint from the light beneath the bed catches your eye. Lean in for a closer look and find a dagger lying on the floor. His blade caked in blood. The dark stain scissoring from the steel tells the story of a brutal crime. The dagger measures roughly 25 centimeters in total length, with a 50 centimeter blade and a width of about 6 centimeters. His edge gleams lethal sharp, perfect match to the suspected murder weapon. Is more than capable of peering straight through someone's heart. Nice. Review item. You insert the master key into the lock and open the hidden door, just as you expected. The passage leads directly into the victim's room. Furthermore, Miss Jones claims that someone broke into her compartment last night, which means the killer most likely used this hidden door to enter the crime scene in room 104 from room 103. But how did the killer open the hidden door? Could they also have a master key? Yes. Okay, no? Okay, talk there. That's my timeline. Mrs. Jones, I need to walk me through where you were last time and what you were doing. Last night. Let me think now. You know how it is with us old folk. Memories not what it used to be. Let's see, last night. Oh, I remember. I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly felt someone moving around in my room. It gave me such a fright and pressed the call bell right away. But somehow, neither the attendant nor those two young men found anyone in my room. Strangest things, I tell you. I mean, people can't just vanish into thin air. And after that, I went back to sleep. Didn't wake up until morning. We recall the timeline that the attendant gave you. Mrs. Jones' account lines up with hers, which means if someone was in room 103, it would have been approximately midnight or near 1 a.m. About Clementine and the burning redwood. Did you know the victim, Clementine? What? Clement? Who? No, I don't know her. Never seen a young lady with that name before. How about the burning redwood? Does that ring any bells? Redwood. I do have a child who lives on Redwood Lane, 28 Redwood Lane. I just hope they're doing well. That Redwood Lane where your child lives. Was there a fire there? Fire. Oh yes, the stove. I left the stove on. Oh dear me. I need to get back. Those children are waiting for me to make dinner. Miss Jones, please think carefully. This is an important clue. That child of yours on Redwood Lane. John, oh my girl got her acceptance letter today. You're going to do so well. I should make her some noodles to celebrate. Wait, where did I put the noodles? Mrs. Jones rambles on about household matters and my clearly confusion again. We decide to end the question here and make note of a few useful details I managed to obtain. Interesting. About the murder weapon. Have you seen anything that could be used as a weapon? A knife, for instance. Come on. A knife? What knife? You need to borrow my scissors, perhaps? This one? I mean, there's this one. This blood-stained dagger was found behind the cushion on your sofa. Please take a closer look. You really have no memory of this at all. Oh my goodness. Please take it away. I could never touch something so gruesome. Young, please have some mercy on this old woman and keep that thing far away from me. He quietly returned the evidence to his bag and began organizing his thoughts. As a fact, this item appeared here is undeniably strange. If Miss Jones was the one who did it, that hiding spot is was obvious. But if she didn't, then who did? How did they manage to plant a murder weapon here without anyone noticing? Could I try this again? Try this one. Okay, never mind. It doesn't say anything else. Miss Jones, did you know there's a passage in room 103 that connects to another room? Oh dear, that's terrifying. If I known the room was so unsafe, I would have asked the young attendant to swap me to another one ages ago. Studying Mrs. Jones' reaction carefully. For now, you can't spot any sign of deception. It appears genuinely shaken, patting the chest in fright. Okay, that is all this seems. Oh, what's this? You find a half-empty bottle of red wine in the cabinet. It seems to be connected to a piece of evidence you saw in the crime scene. You send for Forensica, hoping she can determine whether this bottle contained the same substance in the combined glass found at the scene. Nope. Preliminary test shows the bottle contained no sedative. Unable to open the box on the bar counter, you seek help from Allison, the trained attendant. Oh yes, that's indeed my box, but I stuck the key in an empty bottle somewhere I was cleaning today because I was in such a rush. And now it's mixed in with all the other bottles at the bar. Would you mind? Okay, there's that. Oh, found it. Oh, this one. Yeah. Open the box inside some unremarkable candy buttons and a few hair accessories, but one item catches your eye. This is Allison's identification document to show her that she is attendant trained on Broadway. Currently 26-year-old with a surprisingly extensive resume. She has been employed on Broadway for 6 years, ever since she dropped out of school to earn a living. Additionally, from the family member section, you see that her only family member is an older sister. A stack of orders sits on the counter. Handwriting is incredibly massive. Mixed among them, you find several notes Allison was using to gossip with other attendants. The conductor is such a cheapskate. No wonder he's bald as a cue ball. The note is immediately snatched away and snuffed into Allison's pocket. Please pretend you didn't see that. She laughs awkwardly while digging out the actual order records for you. Room service orders from first-class passengers between March 17 and March 18 are as follows. Why the fuck did I click off? Miss Clementine, 1 glass of sharpened Estate Dry Red. Ordered at 7:50 p.m. This must be the wine you found at the tent. Mr. Carl, 1 glass of high-proof spirit and 1 towel. Ordered at 1:10 a.m. March 18 to be delivered at room 101. You might be know more about this order from Carl in room 101. There's something. Let's go with this one. I also find this at the crime scene. It's a locket. Judging by the color of the hair inside, I believe it might belong to you. Allison takes the locket and examines it closely. To your surprise, she denies that it belongs to her. The hair color may look similar to mine, but this definitely is not mine. Okay, really enough. For identity and purpose of traveling, this is just a routine inquiry. There's no need to be nuts. Confirm some basic information, including the name, age, family background, years of service, and how long you've been working on this route. Allison, the attendant for first-class carriages aboard the private. I've been with the crew for 6 years, responsible for operations, service, and maintenance. Her information lines up with what we found in the search. There's one detail, the identification papers that she skipped. I noticed something on your identification. Under family status, the field for the parents are blank. The only relative listed is an older sister. Sir, I believe that personal information surely can be relevant to the case. Miss Allison, a passenger has died aboard this train. Cooperating with this investigation is your responsibility. Evasiveness will only make you look more suspicious. Please, answer the question. The air grows heavy with silence. Allison says nothing. Her silence itself is a declaration. She refused to answer. Can I take a different inquiry? With this, I understand that family matters are always a sensitive topic. You will need a moment. I can wait, but I need your help. The sooner we solve this case, the better our chance of catching the killer. Allison lowers her head. After a long while, she finally speaks. Finds it nothing special, really. My sister and I were both abandoned families. We were lucky enough to be taken by kind strangers who raised us. After that, we had to start working early to make ends meet. That's all there is to it. Because of our background growing up, my sister always told me never to reveal where we came from. She said we must never let anyone look down on us. That's why I just is. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to deceive you. Miss Allison, do you remember what you told me that the missing master key, having sense of justice, is a rare quality? But it is something that you possess. That alone is more than enough to earn my respect. Okay, we got something down with that too. Check the missing button. When I was searching room 103, Joe's compartments, I found something. This looks like a button from a private train staff uniform. Could you help me identify it? This one. Allison take the button and examine it closely. After a moment, she confirmed that it's from a private uniform without a doubt. Her expression tense. Yes, it's from a uniform. It's not mine. As you see, sir, all my buttons are still here. Not a single one is missing. I mean, maybe some got a whole uniform because disguised them as a crew member to board the train. He's stumbling all over the words, visibly tense. But at the distance, one thing has become certain in your mind. This mixed up. It's alright, miss. Since all your buttons account for, this extra one is just another puzzle for this detective to solve. There's no need to worry yourself. I need a case of wine for myself, goddamn. Before dinner yesterday, I delivered an order on Miss Clementine behind. Include a glass of red wine we brought to her room that evening. Do you remember that? Of course, I remember it clearly. It was an aged dry red. Aside from Miss Clementine in room 104, no one else had ordered. There should be half a bottle left. Just one moment. Let me check the wine cabinet. Yep, this one. Right, this is the one. I poured a glass and brought it to Miss Clementine's room just as scheduled. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening. Alison noticed your expression grow grave, decided to ask a question seemingly to probe you. There's something wrong with the wine. One of our selections are to find vintages available. This could be possibly any quality issues. It does have to do with the wine. There's not quality. Someone tampered with it. Yeah, this one. The evidence shows that broken wine glass at the crime scene in the room 104 contained residue of a drug. According to our forensic pathologist analyst, is most likely a common necessity. No, that can't be. So there's nothing wrong with the wine from a dining car. There must be some mistake. Don't worry. You examine the half-empty bottle. There's indeed no sign of any sediment inside. Even so, you can't completely rule out Allison as a suspect. The subtle tones continue. I'm inclined to believe you. If you didn't tamper with it while pouring the wine, then someone must have drugged it during delivery. Do you remember anything happened on your way to Miss Clementine's room? Right, I remember now. After I poured the wine, I noticed the carriage fluctuated. So I went to check the circuit breaker before I left. Not three guesses from room 101 and 2 and 3 were in the dining car. Ah, interesting. The situation grows more complicated. If Allison's testimony is accurate, you won't be able to identify the culprit by figuring out who drugged the wine. None of the three passengers can be ruled out now. Alright, Carl, what you got? The finely tailored suit jacket hangs on the rack. The tie and hat beside it have been maintained impeccably, giving off a subtle, elegant fragrance. You reach out and feel the jacket's. The fabric at the cuff is slightly wet through the touch, though the dampness is confined only to the sleeve. Maybe some drink has been spilled on them. What about this? A ring sits on the table, the surface gleaming gold. An intricate family crest is engraved on the surface. It appears to belong to some prominent family, excluding an heir of prestige. Luggage? I apologize, but I usually write down my luggage password because my memory is terrible. But I lost the note. I'm in quite a predicament myself, frankly speaking. Perhaps you're able to recover it. You pick up a blank notepad where the password was once written and rub a pencil across the surface. Gradually, the numbers emerge. What's that? Is that 105 room numbers? Okay, yeah, nice. You open the suitcase, carefully examining its contents, checking out each and every item one by one. Station, recalls, male 27-year-old, manages multiple charity foundations for his family. Criminals records. Yeah. The second item is a hospital document. The patient is listed as Carl, diagnosed with chronic sleep disorder. His doctor has prescribed a large dose of sleep medication, associated with the fact that there is no pill bottles to be found. The third item is a folder bank transfer receipt showing regular payments from a designated account to numerous welfare organizations. If these receipts belong to Carl, truly a generous philanthropist. An empty wine glass, unremarkable at first. It was likely ordered from the dining car, just like Caroline McDonald. Perhaps the dining car order for records will reveal something about it. Nobody knows that was a glass of spirit, whatever that is. A half-smoked cigar rests in the ashtray. long since extinguished. This appeared to be a source of the smoke you smelled when you passed by yesterday. Hmm, interesting. Still get touched one or two days. Hmm. I don't know about this, but I'm suspecting Carl. Okay, before I touch that, let's touch last night time. Last night I heard the old woman scream around 12:50 a.m. and jolted awake. I left my room to help her in 103. When I returned, I accidentally soaked my sleeve while washing my hands. I asked the attendant to bring me a towel. That was around 1:10 a.m. Is that all you did? I went to clean after receiving the towel. The attendant in the corridor should be able to return. Is that so? That according to the service record, you also ordered a bottle of high-proof spirit along with the towel. I have reason to believe that you went somewhere else last night. Not somewhere else where you got those stubborn stains on your sleeve. Your sleeve picked up the paint from the nearby circuit breaker, which is why you ordered that drink from the attendant. You wanted to use the alcohol to dissolve the stains. The only wet paint on this train is on the wall near the circuit breaker, Mr. Carl. You visited the circuit breaker last night, didn't you? So are you ready to tell me the truth? Did you cause the last night outage? Carl's expression freezes. After a moment, he lets out a long sigh. Your deduction is correct. After last night, I went for a smoke by the window near the circuit breaker. Since, the room gets stuffy, maybe some ashes landed on the breaker and caused short circuits or something. By the way, when I got back to my room, no power went out. Now that explanation satisfies you, detective. I might believe I caused the blackout deliberately, but it really was just an accident. Plus, what does anything have to do with Miss Clementine's death? Wait. My Wi-Fi's dying. Okay. You're not entirely convinced, but as Carl pointed out, even if he did tamper with the circuit breaker, that alone doesn't prove that he killed Clementine. You still lack crucial evidence. About Clementine and burning redwood. Damn it, I got some beef jerky chucked in my steak. What? Fuck it up. The burning redwood. I heard that redwood is actually quite fire resistant, which is why it's commonly used as building materials. Wait, what? Redwood is actually fucking fire resistant? Oh, that's I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but I've heard something about Clementine. Perhaps that might be of use to you. Lena and Hashem said that she has powerful people back, uses dirty tactics, and has a terrible reputation in our circle. You've done many despicable things and ruined countless lives. Your family covered it all up, though, every single time. I wanted to tell you all this when we met yesterday, but I was afraid she would retaliate. I didn't dare say anything else. Carl will give a bitter smile. People who get close to her never end well. Stay away from this case, detective. What happened today is proof enough of that. I appreciate the advice, but telling a detective not to investigate is like telling a merchant not to seek profit, didn't you say? Very well. Good luck to you. Any strange sounds last night? After I left my room 103 last night, I went straight to my room and fell asleep shortly after. I didn't hear anything unusual. Is that so? You pick out a description from Carl's bag. Something on my throat. This is your medical report. You suffer from severe insomnia and requires a dose of sleeping pills to fall asleep every day. At the same time, the sedative compounds were found in the victim's wine glass. Mr. Carr, do you have anything to say to this? To be honest, I indeed struggled with insomnia for a while, but my sleeping pill went missing a while ago. Around 8 o'clock last night, I got a glass of water in the dining car. I was about to take my sleeping pill before heading back to my room, but when I stepped out for a smoke and return, the pill bottle has vanished. So you're saying someone stole your pill? Most likely. I searched my room for a long time but couldn't find the bottle, even by the time I went to bed. Thanks to that, I barely got any sleep last night. Carl let out a weary sigh. The dark circles under his eye look even more pronounced now. Is he lying? Or did someone really steal his pills? We'll say for certain. But I can't assure you. I'll be completely honest about one thing. I genuinely didn't hear any sound in the corridor during the latter half of the last night. I hope that helps with your investigation. Okay, that's a meeting. Gentle smile. It's regrettable that we must meet again under such circumstances. But given this involved with a murder, I'll need your cooperation with the investigation. Could you explain your reason for boarding this train? I'm a traveling merchant with somewhat well-off family. I boarded the private to visit a business partner outside the city. Classic business affair, you know how it is. The cost reference with his identification with his statement, everything checks out. I noticed some receipts for donation in your luggage. Do you do charity work often? I just donate a few charitable institutions every now and then. Nothing worth mentioning. My family members, they all very accomplished. They always tell me that I'm too soft, that I never amount to much. To be honest with you, I don't feel like I have any work at all doing charity. Trace of melancholy flickers across Carl's eye. If you need them, feel free to take these receipts as evidence. They're no use to me anymore. They're for them to go to someone who needs them. Lastly is William. On the table sits a cloth pouch filled with various repair tools. Several tools lies outside the pouch. They appear to have been used recently. At the same time, you find a stack of old yellowed paper near the repair tool. pages are covered barely legible scrawls. You struggle to make out the words. Monday, prepare gifts. Tuesday, prepare flowers. Wednesday, prepare to rehearse. Flowers die, buy new flowers. Prepare to rehearse again. What? The entry continues with the loop until final page. Sunday, prepare flowers, prepare gifts, rehearsal, prepare. What sheep to it? Damn it. Anyway, Sunday's confession successful. Ah, interesting. Okay, somewhat worn worker jacket, names on the coat rack. Very close for the back is stained with white paint. You remember seeing the same thing somewhere else. Oh, fuck you. Mr. Willem looked past to it, which prepares to cut off his sneeze. Watch you, detective, figure it out yourself. His uncooperative attitude catch you off guard. It won't be an issue though. Some forensic when applied, it's supposed to be able to reveal the areas of an object that have been touched most frequently. Perhaps it can help you find the password. You open the bag and pull out a known document inside to your surprise. Is an identity file bearing an official postal stamp. William, 32 years old, arrested and imprisoned multiple times in his early years. Frequently associated with street gangs, his record is littered with offenses. He's clearly a dangerous individual worth keeping an eye on. What could someone like him possibly be doing in the first 5 carriages of this train? Interesting. Something is in my throat. You move the pillow aside, revealing a simple necklace on the bedsheet. It shows signs of wear, suggests that it's been used for years. That said, it doesn't appear to be such a clean chain. Judging by the style, there should be a pendant or a charm attached to it. You recall something you picked up at the crime scene. Does the necklace be combined with the one pieces of the evidence? Ignore that for now. You pick up an identity card from the bedside table. The information reads, therapy, family background is unremarkable. Yep, this is a fake. As Q, the document itself is unnaturally pristine. Even embossed seals on the photos appear incomplete. It doesn't look like a genuine ID. Yep. Hell yeah. Alright, let's go down this one a little bit like, shall we? His identity. A tall, blurry man stands in the room. His size alone to intimidate most people. You can feel his sharp gaze fixed directly on you under his cap. What do you want? I've been asked to investigate the murder that occurred in room 104. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? William has no intention of cooperating with you, but your persistent questioning eventually wears him down. What a pain. William, male, 30. I work I work for other people. Yep, definitely different. There's a suspicious pause in William's response. He was about to say something else entirely, but caught himself halfway. He tried to pass it off as a slip of the tongue. Is that so? Because that's not what your identification documents say. The moment you pull out his real identification file, William's expression changes completely. According to this document, which is deeply deep in your luggage, you're from a lower district with multiple prior offenses including theft, robbery, and assault. Mr. Williams, is this all accurate? So what? What I did in the past is none of your I'm guessing this is talk in business. You're not wrong. However, your records also show that after being behind bars multiple times, you were unable to find any legitimate work and end up on the streets. In that case, how exactly did you report a first class ticket? Faced with your questions when you saw code. What's this? You looking down on me? You think poor people don't deserve the ride on this fancy train, is that it? Is it just routine questioning, clearing any points of suspicion, help rule you out as a suspect too? Wanted in a lottery, with a grand prize, 3-day luxury train tour. Figured I'd come aboard and enjoy myself instead of selling tickets. There's your answer, lapdog. That explain good enough for you? You don't believe in what it is, but Williams simply sneers and turns away, clearly unwilling to discuss matters further. Last night, went to bed early. Didn't wake up until that old lady from 103 started screaming. Went out and helped check her room with the others and got called over to fix the circuit breaker. Without the lights, the corridors were pitch black. You don't see a damn thing. Somehow, nobody thought to bring a candle either. You see a damn thing. Those words make you realize something. You recall the intended words from earlier. You're sure you with absolute confidence that with her station at the door between the first and second class all night, no one could have passed through, but there was a major flaw in that claim. If the corridor lost power for 20 minutes, that's more than enough time for someone from outside first class to slip into this carriage unnoticed, under the cover of darkness, especially since she left her post to check on room 103. Hey, what are you spacing out for? William voice pull you back to reality. My apologies. Please, continue. Anyway, the circuit breaker was busted with some blown fuse. So I grabbed a new one from the toolbox and swap it out. You glance at Mr. William work jacket. Fresh white stain marks the fabric. That likely came from working on the circuit breaker combined with the attendant testimony. His story checks out. While you were fixing it, you noticed anything unusual? The only thing I can think of is that cover of the circuit breaker seemed a bit loose. Someone had opened it before. He was dead tired, so whatever happened after that got nothing to do with me. Ah. Clementine Redwood. Redwood, Clementine, and all that shit. Don't care, not interested. Okay, that was quick. The locket owner. I found a locket containing a lock of golden hair. Crime scene. At first, I thought it belonged to the attendant Allison, but just now, I discovered another item in your room. Give it to me. Your eyes lock onto Will, watching for any flicker of emotion that crosses his face. This is the most direct, undeniable piece of evidence you've found. And you have to use it to force whatever truth William has been hiding. So this locket is yours, after all. You were in the victim's room last night, weren't you? I said, give it. What did you do then? Was it you? Did you... Okay, you deaf or something. Give it back. Enraged, William let out a roar, vein bulging in his forehead as he suddenly lunged at you, reaching for the locket in your hand. However, the chain snapped under the force, and the locket crashes to the floor. The attendants who were standing outside rushing into the compartment. Together, the four of them finally managed to restrain William. You pick up the locket. The metal case is cracked open from the impact, revealing a photograph that had been sealed inside. There's a photograph of a man and a woman. One of them is William, and the other is a blonde woman who looks somewhat familiar. It's Pizza. Damn it, don't you dare touch her with your filthy ass. The attendant dragged William away as he continued to thrash violently. His wild curses echoed down the corridor, but the photograph gives you a new lead. Another possible direction for this investigation. Oh, is it now? Can we see the memo? Okay, nothing new. There's nothing new. Of course, there's nothing new. Okay. Could it be related to her sister? Okay, forensic guy, what you got? Okay, already done that. The case is a tangled mess, like a ball of yarn after a kitten got to it. The contradictory testimony is one thing, but even the hard evidence doesn't lead to anything, giving you a headache. Before you even realize it, you wander back to the crime scene. And there she is, her disheveled head lowered and hunched in the corner, with a small brush in hand, meticulously tending to Vita. Wait, was that a lake bone called Vita, or was it Utah? I can't quite remember. Yeah. You walk over and crush down beside her. She clearly notices you from the corner of her eye, but she doesn't acknowledge your presence. A neat row of maintained bones lies beside her, including a small finger bone you picked up yesterday. Dorothy, was it? You really are beautiful. You remember me? We met yesterday. I'm the detective who's been tearing their hair over this case. Something in my throat. The disheveled head beside you shifts slightly, but she still refused to look up. Yesterday, during the investigation, your owner here helped me out tremendously. I can tell she's an upright person, but I think I upset her somehow. Didn't mean to, but the fact I said something wrong. And that's where you come in, sweet little bone. Could you apologize to her for me? Forensic hands finally pauses. She glances at you from the corner of her eye before quickly looking away. Then a strange voice escaped her throat.
Well, you did mention that revolting place, causing her cortisol levels to spike. In light of your excellent appreciation for skeletal aesthetics, there's an approximately 67.4% chance she will probably, maybe, possibly forgive you.
Her goofy acts bring you general relief. The first time you felt since this dreary investigation began. Thank you, Dorothy. And thank her for me too. You hear a soft thump from beside you, then silence returns to the space. The two of you crouch among the bones, only the soft bristle of the brush against the bone remains. After another stretch of silence, Forensica speaks up.
Running into trouble?
The testimony from everyone involved are riddled with contradictions. I need to figure out who's lying. You mind weighing in? Forensica wrinkles her nose in a distaste and shakes her head.
No thanks. I don't want to hear any testimonies from the living. I only trust what corpses tell me.
You let out a helpless chuckle. Fair enough. There's someone who packs a complete skeleton in her suitcase and name every single bone after all. Let's talk about something else. Why do you carry these skeletons around with you? I mean, Beta, Luke, Leia, and Dorothy. Rensica's expression softened instantly, the finger gently running over the bone in her hand.
Because they're beautiful. Each and every one of them. The curves, the texture, the color. Dorothy is the most beautiful of them all.
A toe bone? Does that even make sense?
This was an emergency rescue. I just saved them from a pigsty. One called the Judicial Forensic Research Institute. I thought it'd be better than the other places. Turned out it was even worse. People there have no idea how to listen to what corpses are trying to tell them. All they do is switch off their brains and follow orders from above. They'd be better off testing livestock feed. Anyway, for certain reasons, I got into an argument with the dumbest pig there. The association revoked my license. That's fine. Not like I want to work at another pigsty anyway.
And yet you hand me a piece of paper like that. She grows more animated as she speaks.
I'm going home, saving up some money, and then I'll go freelance.
She suddenly springs to her feet, brandishing the bone in her hand towards you like a wand.
Are you troubled by unexplained corpse-related issues? Family or friends who died a suspicious death? If so, visit the Star Realm Unnatural Death Agency.
And that strange burst of energy again. If you're blood, probably not. The smile will do.
Oh, right. What do you think of the name Star Realm Unnatural Death Agency?
It was not bad. She settled back down, her expression returning to its usual state, as she resumed to tending to the bone. Yeah, it's pretty good. Suits you well. And finally, she put down to her work entirely, the corner of her lip curling up as she turns.
I've seen plenty of detectives. They rush to crack cases and chase headlines just so they can bask in the spotlight. They pray for the most sensational crimes possible. The dead are just stepping stones for their careers. I despise them. But you? You seem different.
I'm just a detective, that's all. Her lips breaks into a slight smile. Really? Maybe it's because I'm just a bumbling detective. I mean, just look at how lost I am on this case. Nowhere close to being a star detective. Forensica tilts her head and picks up Dorothy and places it in your hand.
Here,
This is...
Dorothy.
I know, but why are you giving me this?
Dorothy's my lucky charm. She's been through countless cases with me, helping me find the truth again and again. I'm sure she'll help you too. You can use my report to find the truth. The dead never lie. Speak for her. Give her the justice she deserves.
What about you? You're not joining the investigation?
Let's just say there are certain circumstances that make that impossible.
Mm-hmm. The realization struck you like a bolt of lightning. Wait, hold on. By rescuing, you don't mean... Did you steal this? Did they report you? She appears a little ill, at least, at ease, but then she quickly lifts her chin in defiance.
It was a humanitarian rescue. I merely liberated them from incompetent custodians. It's just that the human law has yet to recognize the virtue of such acts.
Here to gather her things and shove a box of homemade bone care supplies into your hand.
Anyway, if you don't understand something, come find me. Just don't let anyone know I'm involved. Take good care of Dorothy. I'm counting on you to find the truth.
Doing my best. As soon as those words leave her mouth, she vanished, gone vanished without a trace. Now you've been left alone in this space, crouched in a place with a pale finger bone in your left hand and a box of bone cane supplies in your right. It's like a scene straight out of some absurd cartoon. You can help but laugh out loud. Yeah, you can definitely say that again. Ah, fuck. That's there. You return to the sweet living room, but something feels off. The room looks slightly different from when you left. Has something been moved? What? Yet your attention finally settles on your luggage. You cautiously reach out and open the case. A train attendant uniform lies inside, neatly folded. And in the uniform pocket, you find a master key. Oh, well, fuck! Oh shit, I'm cooked. The hands of the pocket watch turn many times over my hand. Yet 3 hours remain until the train reaches its final destination. Time is running out. Forwarded. Oh shit, there's a lot of shit down here. To request the passengers return to the compartment to the dining car one by one. None of them can sit still. The old woman folds her napkins over and over. The young man lifts a tea that has long gone cold, only to set it back down. William simply stares at the oppressive darkness beyond the window, as if the rails themselves may have suddenly revealed the killer. The car is filled with hushed voices. Anxiety spreads slowly into the crowd. The train continues moving forward, just as it has so far. Everyone seemed to have been waiting for the same thing.
Time is running out, Chief. Have you found your answer?
Hell no! Evening has come, but the setting sun is shut out by the thick curtains. Hands seem floating within the study. You hadn't expected Clementine to devote so much writing to these characters. Simply sorting through their information has taken considerable time. After all, it may very well concern a real unsolved case. Can't afford to be careless. I have a few hypotheses, but I can't confirm any of them yet.
That's the beauty of detective novels. Anyone could be the killer, and anyone could be lying. A certain author from before nightfall once left us with these words: eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Unfortunately, I'm still stuck at the elimination stage.
Then, have you ruled anyone out yet?
Nope. You push the manuscript forward and rub your eyes, sore from hours of reading. The call from room 101 seems to have no grudge against the victim. His room contains sleeping pills suspected to be room 1, found in the wisdom of wine. But his only connection to Redwood appears to be a business transaction. Mr. Jones from room 101 is closest to the crime scene, which theoretically makes her a prime suspect. But could an elderly woman really inflict such horrific wounds? William from room 102 certainly has the strength to deliver 12 consecutive stab wounds, but he has absolutely zero connection to Redwood. You jot down the suspicious point about these people on paper, attempt to piece together the story behind them. Yet all he has done is muddy the waters further. The culprit must be someone who's already appeared in the story. Every character is written in great detail, but there's no direct evidence proving any of them was molded to kill.
Is that so? From my point of view, your deductions are already quite clear.
Of course, you're the writer. Of course you know. A chair scraped the floor. Clementines get up and move to your side, examining the notes scattered across your desk with evident interest. What is it? You're going to give me another hint?
No, but I am going to help you organize your thoughts a little. Every great detective has a trusted assistant by their side. Someone who will lend an ear when the detective is stuck, and in the end, help them to solve the case.
Clementine leans against the desk, bend down to lug out one sheet from among the many pieces of dry paper, and carefully fold it until it becomes a small piece of paper. What are you doing? She only smiles, saying nothing. To slip into a sea of dry paper on the desk. These are the notes you've jotted down earlier. Information you've transferred out and organized with questionable past circles. Several sheets ship with Clementine's movements. The papers overlap, and the text you circled earlier comes into full view. There's a street called Redwood Lane. The child lives Street 28. At the center of it sits a slip of paper Clementine placed down. Burning redwood.
If you find yourself stuck, why not try approaching the problem from a different angle? You might discover something new.
For instance, maybe these clues that seem like lies are actually all true. Clementine looks up in surprise, clearly not expecting to get the answer before she can finish. You, however, remain remarkably calm. I see. So this is what you really wanted to tell me.
Oh?
Every time I hit a wall, you casually drop a hint. Almost like you wanted to uncover something. At the same time, you don't want me to figure it out too quickly. That's why you've been deliberately controlling the pace. But I am not a patient person. You want something done right, you gotta do it yourself, rather than wait around for hints from my assistants. I'll handle this with my own two hands. Doyle, run through everything I have access to. Roughly 30% of the 34.1% of course, as I try to find this match in a sea of flames. But unfortunately for you, after filtering out keywords you gave me, only one case fits the criteria. Just as I thought, burning red was real. Well, you're right, but you're also wrong. What do you mean? According to Public Security Bureau reports, it was just an accident caused by an electrical system that had been maintained for years. There have been no casualties, so the case was closed pretty quickly. Accident? That's right, at least that was the official document saying. But here's where it gets strange. The classification level for this accident is extremely high, higher than some major homicide cases even. Normally, any sheriff could access full file for a small fire like this, but this case, even I don't have clearance to view everything. A massive red warning suddenly flashes across the scene. The man scrambled to exit the system. Unfortunately, he has what he needs. Fuck. Nearly set off an alarm trying to dig up intel. I checked those names from the novels too. Couldn't find a trace of information about them. They're either unregistered or aliases. Bottom line, I can't extract the files, but someone left an oral testament back then. It's the only thing I can give you. Remember to delete it after you take it and listen. That's everything I could find. The content isn't very pleasant. You might want to brace yourself. You open your terminal. At the end of the communication log is a file Doyle transmitted to you. The file name reads Nightfall 105 913. Play the recording. Yes, 28 Redwood Lane, Redwood Orphanage. This area used to be a pretty chaotic back in the day. You could find all kind of people here, so a number of orphan kids eventually end up on the streets. Eventually, someone with a good heart gathered them and opened up a welfare home right there in the neighborhood. Redwood wasn't a large organization. Most of the time, it ran on donation alone. It was quite a struggle. Even the staff were volunteers. Later on, it seems like benefactors started making regular donations and things slowly got better. The fire that night started under strange circumstances. It was late, so most people was already asleep. No one was out at the streets. By the time someone notices, the flame has already reached the rooftops. We wanted to help and rescue people, but the fire was too intense. Those of us who were outside couldn't get in. The people inside couldn't escape. So, the auto recording ends here. The fire in the dead of night, spreading at an alarming rate, and the building full of children. You don't know how many could have escaped. The casualty must have been severe. Everything you just heard contradicts the official case reports. Were there discrepancies in records? According to Public Security Bureau records, every sheriff who worked on this case left their position within a year. They either resigned abruptly or were transferred to remote satellite towns. Is this a coincidence? Or did someone cover up what really happened? The chime of the old clock is studied with softly, a reminder that time continues to pass. While that clues she told us, but couldn't connect suddenly surged forth from the mind. Everything pointing to a single undeniable conclusion. Across the table, the desk lamp blitz, reflected the monocle, nearly blinding you. You can't make out Clementine's expression, but you do see the corner of her mouth curling up.
It seems you've reached a conclusion.
That's right. The sealed records, the contradicting testimony, the sheriff was swiftly transferred after the incident. There's only one explanation for all of these irregularities, and she have laid out the clues for you long ago.
But an assassination in the dead of night? That's simply not my style. I prefer something grander, more spectacular. Something like setting everything ablaze and burning it all to the ground. How does that sound?
You finally found the last piece of the puzzle, and as you do, all those scattered pieces come together, revealing the end. The burning red, the fire on Redwood Lane, nightfall not on fire, no accident. It was arson. As for the true culprit behind this tragedy, the one who planted the seed, it was none other than the Clementine in the novel. Ah, interesting. So yep, this is definitely a fucking nod to that what was that fucking movie name again? I fucking forgot. But like I said, this definitely relates to that. So that means everybody on that train is a fucking suspect. Fucking hell. Nice.
It ends here.
Is that it? Hey, what you doing?
Time to die.
Nice, doing good. Alright, what we doing? What we doing? This here? Alright. This myth, trending major plot twist in Preve, the truth is actually this. What is this? Has anyone seen this theory crafting thread? Eyewitnesses from back then have already come forward. The burning redwood isn't some rumor or urban legend. It was a real fire that happened. Everything that makes so much sense now. Ow! I searched all over the internet for every article about it from back then, but not a single photo of the scenes exists. Someone clearly covered things up. Same. When I was reading, well, the names felt really familiar. Looked it up and found out that not is she real forensic pathologist, but even unnatural death agencies in the book is real. Wait, so does that mean every character in the book is based on a real person? No idea, but I lived near Redwood Lane as a kid. I don't remember there being a huge fire. I thought it ended up this close to the drama. I've been wondering for a while now, but is it really okay about writing real cases like this? Feels like the author is exploiting tragedy for clout. Told you. She's nothing but a fraud profiting off tragedies. Detective fiction was all rage before the perishing star. There were tons of mystery work like this, and this mystery had been written before. Straight up plagiarism. Wait, seriously? Got a link to your original? I'll have to read it. The online discussion rages on. The cold case has been brought back into the spotlight, and debates spread like wildfire. No one knows what's true and what's simply speculation, so more and more people begin asking questions. All eyes are on this book now. Nightingale sat down her terminal and turned her gaze towards the building beside her. She stations outside the villa with her team. The sun has already set, the sky is dim, and the air is thick with moisture from the rain. You can't make out what's happening inside, and that's only deepening her unease. Wait, no voice acting for Nightingales? Really? Come on. The wall have sealed all the moisture and sound. There's only you and Clementine here, alone in this enclosed study. According to all official records, the fire at Redwood Orphanage was an accident. There was no casualties, it was just a minor incident that was quickly contained. There were barely any news reports about it. I searched through every available records. The documents of this file has been wiped clean. You could call it spotless even. But that what makes it so suspicious. Missing reports, conflicting testimonies, sheriffs were hastily transferred after the incidents. Every single point bearing suspicion. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, burying every record, till the truth of the fire became nothing more than rumors and hearsay. If this was truly an accident, why would everyone go to such length to cover it up? Why go so far to bury the truth? Unless the person behind the cover is the true culprit of that fire. The Clementine from your novel, the arsonist who was hunted down in the name of vengeance.
I never intended to hide my identity. After all, famous best-selling author revealed to be a sinner. Sounds like quite the headline, doesn't it? Now, Chief. I'm merely a novelist. I don't have that kind of power. Whenever I do reference real events, I need time to digest the material, to let it simmer before it becomes something on the page.
Fuck. She said she was just an ordinary writer. She said her story often draws inspiration from reality, and she does so to give readers an unparalleled sense of authenticity. This case was very deep. No ordinary person could have possibly known the details of this fire. Something that even the veteran inspectors couldn't access. The fire and the arsonist whose identity remains a mystery. Records erased clean. Given everything that comes to light, there's no point in trying to hide anything. Clementine, don't you have anything more to confess? The woman falls silent, then she laughs.
I should have known. Trying to hide anything from you is pointless. But perhaps that's for the best. This makes things far more interesting.
The voice changes. You recognize the tone. You encountered this manner of speaking several times in the book.
After all, a story simply can't do without a chase scene between the culprit and the detective.
A gentle facade cracks open, revealing the deep malice flowing beneath. You're the arsonist.
Don't put it like that. It sounds so crude.
It is crude.
It was just an accident. Who would have thought a tiny cigarette butt would be enough to burn that whole building down so fast? It was so easy, you can hardly even call it an achievement. But at least I can still use it as writing material. Isn't it a common trope in novels? Criminals who love to flaunt their work after the deed is done, or return to the scene to admire their masterpiece. Just like writing a book about it.
Clementine pen glides across the manuscript, filled with the script beside it. Ink slashes across the paper, leaving behind a stark crimson gash. So you're ready to admit your crimes. Perfect. I have a question now to ask the arsonist, if you don't mind. The gavel falls, the court is now in session. Yet this is no true court. It's only a jury present, or the mounted specimen lining the walls, including my calling card. The butterfly looks almost alive, yet their wings are pinned against crimson velvet. Perfect and methodical, just like the smile on the woman's face, and the intricate web of schemes she has woven. What kind of person do you think Clementine is?
Haven't you already gotten to know the me aboard the Preva quite well? I told you. The me in the book represents my true self. Someone who stops at nothing for the sake of thrills and novelty.
Indeed, no matter how you look at it, the Clementine in your book is absolutely insufferable. She holds everyone in equal contempt, no regard for their dignity or humanity. Passengers, attendants, even the detective. In her eyes, they're all just puppets to be manipulated and brought on to satisfy her. To her, money and power can buy anything. And if something does go wrong, it's fine still. The people behind you still clean up every mess. But then, what kind of ending that the author gives to someone like her? A miserable death. Your past work has featured plenty of villains just as despicable. They all met the same end, gruesome, horrible death. Yet at the same time, they're so satisfying to see.
Didn't you say you hadn't read my books?
Can't help it when the dark web is full of discussion related to real works. I've been spoiled countless of times while investigating this case. You always excelled at manipulating the reader's perspective, controlling how they feel. If you truly wanted to flaunt your achievements, there are definitely far better ways to do it. But you chose a different approach. I've read countless stories where it can be edited, revised, rewritten. In the end, though, the way they guide a reader always reflect the author's true attitude. You lower your head, your gaze falling on the book. There was once a writer who was desperate for recognition, willing to descend to madness for the sake of more vivid prose, even committing murder with their own hand. Yet, there was still not enough to satisfy them, and so they weave their crimes into their novels, waiting investigators to come knocking. That's taken directly from your previous book. Would an author seek to flaunt their crimes really true, condemn himself to a story of that? The rules fall so silent that only your reader can hear. Many times says nothing. His work can hear is crystal clear. Are you tired of yourself by now?
And here I was trying to scare you a little. Can't believe that's what exposed my little trick.
The facade crumbles. Clementine's expressions shift into a resigned smile. It wasn't hard to figure out. There was so much effort into writing those suspects. Some were weak, others were volatile, but they all had their reasons for being that. The killer is among them, yet you focus on their suffering. You sympathize with them, validate their pain. It seems like you wanted to help them even. Tell me the truth, Clementine. What's the real ending for this novel? What have you been hiding? You keep leading me towards the truth. What is it that you want me to find? And after this book is published, will a murder actually follow? Is someone really going to take revenge?
You claim to have not read much mystery fiction, yet you're far more perceptive than most detectives.
Clementine slowly rises to her feet. She walks towards the bookshelves on the far side of the room, her fingertips trembling. but this time, once and out. Her voices carried an emotion too complex to name.
I love writing about detectives, about the battle of wits between culprit and detective. One would try to conceal the evidence, while the other seeks the truth. I love watching readers agonize over the detective's fate, right up until the very end. Because the detective always uncovers the truth, defeats evil, and proves that love and justice still exist in this world. Cliched, isn't it? Still, I can't help but love stories like that. But, in the end, stories are fictional.
He pulls something out from the bookshelf and brings it to you. It's a manuscript, the paper made with the same material as the pages you read earlier. On the cover lies the handwriting. Chapter 5, Final Chapter. The manuscript for the final chapter. You hesitate before opening. The pages are completely blank, nothing written there. Clementine never wrote.
There was never a detective to solve the case of Redwood. Even if there was an arsonist, they'd have probably vanished without a trace long ago. The source material doesn't have an ending to begin with. In that case, how is this story supposed to end?
The long silence falls. Outside the windows, rain beats against the glass. Moisture carrying an earthy scent seeps in through the gaps in the window frame, shrouding everything in uncomfortable depths. Clementine stares at the desk. The lamplight falls across the surface, illuminating scattered pieces of paper instantly. Receiving no response, she simply smiles, again gathering the papers. It was then that your voice interrupts her. In that case, let me.
Huh?
Clementine looks up in surprise, meeting your gaze directly. And you say there's no evidence. Right. As it happens, I just found a key piece of information. The kill is among us. The method, the motive, every piece of information needed for the deduction. I was simply too focused to find the culprit and nearly fell into self. All the clues and testimonies have been laid out. The truth remains obscured and tangled in lies, but you seek so far along to solve the mystery. This isn't just some case of the book. It's about you. Understand why you wrote this story, huh? And why you let everything here step by step. Eliminate all insensibility. Must be the truth. Outside, thunder roared for the first time. Lightning tears through the sky, illuminating the room just like that back in the book. The final chapter arrives. The curtain rise. The detective begins the final redemption. Shall we begin to our end? Oh wait, let me take that. No, anything? Nope, never mind. Okay. The whistle blows once more. The steam train hurtles through the night, heading towards its final destination. No matter what transpires on these characters, it will not slow or stop, not even for a moment. The first-class passengers gathered in the dining car. The whispers have ceased. Each person sits there burdened with their own thoughts, but all waiting for one final person to arrive. My apologies for keeping you waiting. No one speaks. Silence hangs heavy in the air, like a blade that poised to fall. Every pair of eyes locks onto you. waiting for the gravel to strike. Time is short, so I'll cut to the chase. Let's settle this quickly. Today, or rather last night, a brutal murder took place before the province. Who killed her and why? We must uncover the truth before this train reaches its destination. Your gaze sweeps across the room before settling on an elderly woman with white hair. The crime scene was locked on the inside. So this room of Mrs. Jones. The room is the only passage that leads to the tomb at the point. Every passenger gaze pulled toward the elderly Mary Jones. The man leaning against the bar seemed to lost his thought and speak up.
But the fatal wound on the victim's chest is extremely deep. An elderly woman hardly has the strength for that.
You're right. Mrs. Jones wouldn't have the strength to inflict such deep wounds, which means someone else must have slipped into the room. Like a certain train attendant who carelessly left behind a button, for example. The train attendant at Allison shrinks back a step before you can press further. William interjects.
But there's another uniform in your room.
Yes, I initially suspected Miss Allison. This is until I discovered another train with uniform on the train, as well as a spare last key. Then who else was present that night? Who else could have entered room 103 when the crime occurred? Mr. William. Could it have been you?
I saw Mr. William in the corridor. He had just finished fixing the circuit breaker. It couldn't possibly have been him.
That's also right. It was just not Mr. William. Everyone in first class compartment has an alibi. Which means there's only one possibility. Last night, an intruder boarded the first class carriage and murdered the victim and risked the guards. You pause. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for you to continue. The old woman hesitantly asks,
You mean the killer is no longer on the train?
Allison finally lets out a sigh of relief, and the tension in the compartment ease. You look around at each faces, somehow show relief, while others tinge with melancholy. And you slowly continue. No, the killer must still be aboard the Prava.
What?
The Prava is traveling at speed up to 100 kilometers per hour. If the killer truly jumped off, it would have been dead by now. No sane person should do such things. Moreover, there's a far more reasonable explanation for what's happened there. For instance, what if there was more than one killer from the very beginning? The dim yellow light in the carriage reflects the shock and fear on every face, capturing those emotions, trapping them there like ember. No one dares to move. No one dares to look away. They stare at the detective like prisoners awaiting judgment, eyes fixed on the judge's lips. The burning redwood is a reference to a fire in the past, the one that happened to the Redwood Orphanage. It was the only part of the letter that the victim tore out. She loved dangers and craved thrills, but there was one thing she didn't want the detective to discover, which is the fact that the victim herself was the one responsible for the Redwood fight. She was the target, the killer's vengeance. Then who is the killer? Who is most likely to be seeking vengeance for Redwood on the stream? We use the damage watch, which is start at 1:05 a.m. to establish the time at which the crime took place. What did I mean? Everything that happened afterwards was a lie. What if it was all just staged to mislead us? eliminate all impossibilities. Whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Now, let us make an even bolder hypothesis. The truth had been right in front of us all along. We have all been deceived. The real crime occurred long before any of this chaos began. Let's go back to last night. Around 10 o'clock, the victim and the detective bid each other good night, and then they turn off the light and went to sleep. Around 11:45, our surprise, the first-class carriage stopped once again for unknown reason. The compartment was plunged in darkness. Someone stepped out their compartment, shut off the circuit breaker, creating the condition of the crime. However, they accidentally smeared paint onto the breaker on their hands. To ensure that the victim would remain completely unconscious, someone slipped an overdose of sleeping pills into a nightcap beforehand. She had been furious about scheduling errors. It was precisely this mistake that brought someone who was never supposed to be in the first-class carriage there. In other words, me. But it doesn't matter. The plan can still be salvaged in that moment. They only need a woman's palm their eyes. And so the culprits gathered and made their way to room 103, which was connected to the victim's room. And when they got there, the room to 103 has already been opened for them. It was very clever, really. After all, who would ever suspect a senile friend? The fire didn't kill everyone. There was far more survivors of Redwood. They had planned their vengeance, which is why they all gathered for Friday. The midnight bell was about to ring. They, with thirst for vengeance, have gathered. After all these years, they could finally grab a knife and kill two culprits with their own hands. And with this, the truth finally comes to light. There was an organized crime born in the name of vengeance. The victims of the Redwood orphanage worked together and finally succeeded in killing the criminal who escaped the punishment of law. The train continued onwards through the night, but the expression on the passenger's face was no longer the same. Lowered head, lips, trembling hands turned still. No one refutes your words. No one speaks to beg for forgiveness. They simply stare at you in silence. Many things dwell to her gaze. Surprise, fear, anxiety, relief, exhaustion, and a trace of stubbornness and madness that could almost be called pride. As the only outsiders in first class, you could have pinned all suspicion on me, or weave countless lies to obstruct my investigation, but you didn't. Instead, you hid all the clues between your words, Redwood, the orphanage, and every person who died. Even now, you're waiting for me to uncover the truth, just as the one who wrote you. The light turned hazy. The outlines of the table cup begins to blur. The people who sat there merely moments ago fades from your sight one by one, like words on a page that slowly begin being washed away, until only one person remains at the far end of the dying car.
Most impressive. When did you figure it out?
Revenge was a popular theme for a time before nightfall. There's a community of detective novel enthusiasts on the dark web forums who've been railing against it for ages. Besides, you barely modified the story at all. It's far too easy to recognize.
I see. It seems I wasn't careful enough then. Congratulations, Detective. You've uncovered every secret in the book and unraveled every truth. Now you can finally...
Turn Bay back. I still got people. No. The truth I seek goes beyond this. The story of the proverb might have concluded. The same cannot be said about the ones outside the book. Who exactly are you? Why did you write this book? These questions have troubled me for a while, and only now do I have finally the answer. The third answer, hidden away within the story. That's right. Anyone could be killed. Anyone could be lying. The thrill of exposing lies, clouds, and judgment, causing them to overlook the fact that there's still one story. Clementine. The story of Red is still untold. This is the final truth. The true purpose of Red, the story of the problem. This book itself is your thing. Ooh. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Look at this. Here we go. The rules of detective novels. 1. The culprit would be someone who appeared in the story. Or be someone who's beyond the reader's expectation. Murder on the Property Express is a story of hatred. It mirrors reality, exposing the truth behind the Redwood fire, and serves as retribution against the arsonist. Who is the arsonist? I don't know. But while thinking about this, I notice a contradiction in everything you've said. Why are you so obsessed with all the marketing? 2. The detective must not solve the case with supernatural or bizarre methods. A thrilling experience that mirrors reality. The victim is the author itself. Serialized chapters build anticipation. According to you, everything you did was for publicity. Yet in your book, those who bore the promise to confess vivid and lovely. You showed compassion and pity. That doesn't read the story of suffering, fame, and fortune. In that case, why did you name yourself? 3. The currency does not have more than a specific rule Who does the victim of heaven represent? If such a person exists, why not reveal his name? Perhaps you don't know who it is, or perhaps every person who tries to know that name is already decided. So the author separate from this city and change the arsonist's name to evade censorship, because only then will the story be published. But then, what's the point of going through all that trouble just to finish this story? 4. The detective must not solve cases through coincidence or profound intuition, nor through reveal to the reader. And the answer is to expose someone who escaped the hands of justice. Someone even the chief of NBC's trouble in investigating. This book exists to make more people see, to get more people to talk to them. If the truth of it is you simply need to get target everyone involved. The public will be the one who has to judgment. At the same time, ensure the true culprit also exists. The detective is not being criminal. The arsonist is protecting, mitigating the dark, only striking when someone tries to expose the truth. You never wrote the secret bomb, using a fictional trick as disguise. A victim bearing an author's name, and you wrote about the tragedy that will recur. 7. You are in last chance at revenge. You're using yourself to draw up true confidence. You and Clementine locked eyes for a moment. Finally, she smiles.
Oh my.
Okay, I did not realize that actually. Okay, I thought Clementine was the arsonist in both the story and real life, but not like this though. This is definitely something. She begins to collapse slowly. The sound of echoes clearly in the study.
As expected of the MBCC chief, your insight is as sharp as I expected, and you truly are an impressive person. The clues, the motives, and even those deliberately overlooked gaps. You caught them all. I have nothing to add. It's my loss. You have my complete acknowledgement.
So you really are a survivor of that fire. Who is Clementine? The mystery you've been pursuing from the start has finally been answered. Yet, it brings you no comfort. After all, far more questions remain unanswered. Behind those concealed and altered records, what really happened to Redwood Orphanage? What exactly came after that fire?
You already know the answer, don't you?
Clementine's voice remained calm. One would think she only recounting someone else's past.
Redwood was an orphanage. It took in children who had no home and sheltered adults with nowhere else to go. For everyone there, Redwood was the only place where they belonged. But then, in just a single night, everyone died, and our home was gone. Everything changed after that. After the fire, people were sympathetic at first, but that quickly turned into rumors, conspiracy theories, as well as endless speculation. The survivors were dragged out again and again to be scrutinized and questioned. It's like they were convinced that the world could return to peace so long as the blame was pinned on us. Our benefactors vanished. The insurance company refused to pay, claiming the fire was caused by improper conduct, and therefore they could not compensate us. As for the sheriff who was first assigned to investigate, he was a good man, but he didn't get far. He was quickly dismissed over some trivial matter and barred from the case entirely.
Clementine pulls out a folder from a drawer beneath the table and hands it to you. You open it to find handwriting records documenting the Redwood fire. This is
The original crime scene investigation record, before it was altered. The very first draft.
Can't these notes be used as evidence to reopen the investigation? Clementine offers a faint smile. The answer to your question is painfully obvious.
Of course. We tried to appeal, but every complaint we filed went unanswered, and the investigation into the fire was shut down, swept under the rug. Eventually, Redwood's very existence was dismissed as nothing more than some ridiculous urban legend. That's when we all realized none of this was a coincidence.
She lowered her gaze, her gloved fingertips tracing the words on the page.
The one who left that cigarette butt erased the evidence, twisted the truth, and hid behind their power, clearing themselves of any sin.
which is why you went. This is the only way for you to expose the truth. The culprits hide behind the layers of power and privileges. They only act when they need to conceal information from the fire. This is the truth Clementine seeks to expose. If the laws won't hold them accountable, then the public opinion will. What if it doesn't work? What if they see the public outcry and simply choose not to act? Then, you stop mid-sentence. There's something in Clementine's expression as she looks at you. In that time, in that moment, a different possibility dawns at you.
I think the fact that you were sent here says enough. Wouldn't you agree?
There was the complaint letter. The intelligence department traced the letter back to the public IP in the east side. Identified the sender. Now we see why. Your arrival here is no coincidence. Clementine knew her plan was the moment you walked through that door. If reality forbid to speak plainly, she will speak through story. Even if her voice is silence, she needs only to preserve the evidence of ink. Your vengeance began the moment your first novel was published. At this moment, the story stopped. But what happens after that? After you find the obstacles, then what? What are you planning to do? Stop in 12 times while you travel? Well, they come after you first. If they connection with public security, they can easily find out everything about you. Using yourself to think that this is far too dangerous.
What else am I supposed to do?
Clementine cuts you off. Her voice remained calm, but your path contains a trace of sorrow beneath it.
If everything in this book is real, if, one day, the law fails to punish the wicked, and there's no one left to uphold justice, if someone is denied every avenue of appeal and chooses to seek retribution through such extreme methods, would you shield us? Or would you uphold the law and see to it that we face the consequences we deserve?
I won't interfere. Let's go with this one. The MBCC only handles threat involving sinners and mania. Other cases fall outside my jurisdiction. So whatever you choose to do, I won't interfere. And if you still can't let this go, then I want you to wait for me at the very least. There's only so much I can do as the chief of the MBCC, but I know plenty of people, all walks of life, who will be willing to help. When I know the truth, I'm certain they won't hesitate to lend a hand. I'll investigate this with you. We'll find the people and person responsible and make them answer for what they've done. We can be the voice for those who denied of justice they deserved. If you can't hold yourself back when you fight, feel free to rock me a little. You recall a time when you too were overtaken by anger, leaving a certain blonde Fraser in the visual with more than a few bruises around her eye. It's not like I've ever done something like that. We'll keep it to us. You see Clementine's surprise in her eyes, followed by a trace of melancholy. Then you as you make the final remark, you can help but laugh.
Good deeds are rewarded, and evil receives its due. If only a world like that exists outside of stories.
We'll make it a reality. So, promise me you won't do anything reckless. Good luck.
Thank you, Chief.
Clementine offers a gentle smile.
What I hoped for when I wrote those words was that perhaps one day, outside the pages of a story, I'd hear someone say them in the real world, too. I hope that this time, justice will really come.
The clock chimes. It's nearly midnight. Your terminal rings at the same time. Chief, the intelligence department has tracked down a new lead. Based on the name Inspector Doyle provided, we identified a sheriff who once handled Redwood cases before being transferred to a satellite town. He recently retired and returned to this city. The address has been confirmed. Can move at any moment. Good. Wait for me. I'll handle this personally. When you look back up, you find Clementine watching you quietly, as if she already knows what you're about to say. I have to go. A new lead just came in. Found a sheriff who handled the case. With him in the picture, we might be able to track down the bastard behind all this. Every investigation is a race against time. I got to take my leave now, but before I go, you reach out and raise your pinky finger. Let's make a promise. Remember the promise between the detective and Clementine in your book, the 3 articles? You're standing in the spotlight, but your enemy is hiding in the shadows, ready to put you in danger at any moment. The team I'm leaving behind will protect you. Your safety matters more than anything else. I'll bring you the results of the investigation by tomorrow morning, so I want you to trust me. At least wait for me to come back. Her finger hooks into your pinky and gently shakes it.
All right. I trust you.
She released your hands and stepped closer, gathering all her manuscripts and placing them into the folder.
You've gathered all the clues. You'll be fine, even without me. There's no point in my keeping this. Consider it your reward for clearing the challenge.
With all her lives cast aside and expression softened, you can help but imagine, perhaps some point in the past. This is what Clementine was like when she was still living in the record. But the past is the past. You need to leave it there. There's much to be done. Filing clues, deploying personnel to reopen the investigation, and so on. A long list of tasks awaits you. But just as you are about to leave, you can help but call out to her again. What about the other survivors beside you? Those characters in your book. Are they also real? Did they really kill people, just like in the stories? Clementine pauses for a moment, but she quickly puts on a smile.
Did you look into it? You couldn't find anything, could you? It's only natural. They're just characters I made up after all.
Clementine smiled, but it only make you uneasy.
Don't worry. I intend to keep our promise. As I said, the book was nothing more than a work of fiction from the very start. As for who the real culprit is, and how they should be punished, I'll leave that to you.
You feel a pull on your wrist. Someone draws you forward, and something soft brushes tenderly against your ear. A gentle kiss lands near your
Thank you. I'm glad, in the end, someone understood my true story.
The door closes. Clementine's figure disappears behind.
Goodbye, my dear detective.
Oof. Oh, okay, that definitely took me a while. Oh, yo, Clementine's here. Okay, that's new. Okay,
Time for a little exercise.
wait, no, I need you.
I don't like to fight. I don't like to flee either.
Yeah. Fine, put you up here. Done.
Rush them all!
And now, we enter the fourth chapter.
the Legion. I'll take this life. I'll take this life.
Ah, I missed that. Not perfect, but I'll take it.
Crush them all.
Nice. Anything left? No, just the one in the corridor. Redwood Orphanage Fire Report, September 13, Nightfall 105. The fire originated from the east stairwell, the building's primary escape route. A cigarette butt was recovered from the debris in the hallway and suspected to be an actual case of ignition. That night, due to the building windows circulating air from outside, the fire rapidly spiraled out of control. The main evacuation route was also blocked by flame. And because of the incident occurred late at night, the critical windows for early detection and suppression was also missed. In total, 8 children and 1 caretaker from Redwood orphanages were confirmed dead. Did anyone say the thread discussing murder on the Prave Express? I was done reading it, and then they all vanished when I refreshed. What's going on? Oh no. The analysis thread I saved are gone too. Someone just said their main account got reported and banned for sharing related content. Pretty sure the mods are doing a purge. Fuck. The invisible hands making its move. Even the first few chapters of Prave are gone from the official site now. They're trying so hard to censor it that it must be real. I've seen something like this before. Some big shots actually freaking out. You put down your terminal and meet up with Nightingale and the arrest squad. Both are being mass deleted online. Whoever's behind is making that move. This is a rare opportunity, so don't do anything that will alert the culprit. Contact Doyle and tell him to obtain new evidence. Let's see if we can get him to investigate from inside the Public Security Bureau once more time. Eastside elites tend to shield each other, pull one thread and the whole web unveils. This investigation is going to be tough. This case falls outside MVCC jurisdiction. You'll need to quietly pull a few strings if this investigation is to get anywhere. Fortunately, you've been involved in countless incidents over the years and have built up quite a network across various fields as a result. Meanwhile, the cordon outside Clementine residence is lifted. Thank goodness nothing went wrong. Surprisingly, she was pretty cooperative this time. She led the team towards the car, but paused at the corner to look back at the building. The corridor's lights have already gone dark. The curtain drawn tight. There's no sign of movement, only to study the main room. A vague shadow lingers on the window. You can't tell if someone's standing there, which is the curtain casting a shadow in the light. You stand there, staring for a while before turning to get into the car. Nightingale slipped in the passenger seat. The glow from the terminal illuminated her face. She briefed you on the personnel arrangement, but when she turned, she noticed that your eyes are distant and unfocused. It's clear to her that you're not listening. I mean, come on, why is she not voiced? So weird. Chief, you've been distracted ever since we left. Something wrong? Sorry, there's just something I still can't figure out. Anise have been gnawing at you since you left. All questions have been answered, and Clementine has handed over the evidence and leads you need. So what are you worried about? What did you miss?
Did you look into it? You couldn't find anything, could you? It's only natural. They're just characters I made up after all. Don't worry, I intend to keep our promise. As I said, the book was nothing more than a work of fiction from the very start. What I hoped for when I wrote those words was that perhaps one day, outside the pages of a story, I'd hear someone say them in the real world, too.
There are more than enough clues, and they all lead to dead ends in these matches. It's as if someone deliberately detangled them. Dangled them before you? What the fuck? Only to pull them away the moment you were about to grasp the truth. Guided by instinct, you turn to Nightingale with a question. The other survivors from Red Wolf Fire. Ever find anything new? They're proving difficult to track down. The Public Security Bureau records only cover up around 1 year after the fire. There are signs of someone tampering with the archive files, so they're likely been altered too. You arrive. You step out the car, enter a house that can only be described as cramped. So much dust. No one's here. Even the windows are walled up. Tell you no one lived here in ages. Which is strange, given this is supposed to be a sheriff address. You scan the room, only the table and the window stands out. It's suspiciously clean. Barely a trace of dust can be found. An envelope sits on the surface. You open it to find nothing but 2 thin sheets of paper. What the? Nightfall 107, east side to satellite town. Sandship Private. Passenger list. William Park, Mary Jones, Charles Banbury, Alison Pedro. A burst of gunfire shattered through the still night. What was that? Target under attack, requesting backup. The sound of gunfire doesn't last long. It follows something more unsettling. The sound of struggles under speed with sharp, ominous crack of snaps. The noise grows louder, mixed with footsteps drawing closer and closer to the villa entrance. A woman steps out of the villa, clothes spotless, her posture elegant, her right hand drenched in blood, all the way from the fingertips to the floor. At her feet, a mangled figure writhes on the ground, barely recognizable. This power, impossible. How do you have this much mania? Bang! Another bullet pierces his forehead. The assassin's head falls to the side lifeless. The mark on his neck flickers, and it dissolves into a stream of light flows into Clementine's neck the next moment. The butterfly taxidermy piece at her neck brims with mania, greedily absorbing life force. The accessory then converts into even greater power, feeding back to his master. He senses the march and plant, one of them gradually moving farther away. When they part, she uses her ability to leave a mark. Its fate is strong enough to track their location. A commotion of this scale cannot be hidden, but that's fine. He's clever enough. She should have found the final piece of the puzzle she left behind by now.
I'm sorry. It seems I'll have to break my promise. I said I wouldn't do anything reckless. But alas, we don't live in a fairy tale. I trust you. You will bring change, and those you help will lead fortunate lives. But it's not enough.
Bullets erupt from the barrel, propelling the shadows that lunge at her one by one. Clementine's body is covered, and she continues walking steadily towards the exit, into the rain, guns in hand. It's almost as if she is actually unharmed.
Come to think of it, I never told you how that final story ends. About Preva. About the true ending to Redwood's story.
Fate is merciful. On the night of the fire, not everyone is trapped inside. The adults and older children were out working odd jobs to make ends meet, so the flames never got to them. But fate is also merciless. Cheap wooden walls burned fast, too fast. Those inside could not escape, and those outside could do nothing but watch. And so they were separated by the flames, forever. How unfortunate, said by the bystanders who witnessed the tragedy. After all, to survive meant despair. To survive meant homelessness, and suffering beyond measures. It was better to have perished in the flame than be done. How fortunate, said the survivors who lived through the fire. After all, to survive meant hope, meant they still had the chance, the strength to make that bastard pay for what they'd done. That night, the surviving adults gathered around a sea of flickering candles, their face shrouded in shadows, hidden from light.
So it was him. Of course. He was the only one who could have gotten inside that night.
They finally found the man hidden among redwood lists of sponsors, using his position to suppress any investigation or savoring the victim's suffering over close.
This is our last chance to get close to him. Let's put it to a vote.
No one succumbed to despair. Every heart burned with an almost zealous fever. If their voices are too faint, they will scream till their throats are torn asunder. If their strength is too meager, they will claw and fight with every scrap. Bloodied and battered, they will use every tool to the powerless possess. Nothing is impossible. Nothing is beyond reach of. Justice must be served, and evil must be punished, even if it means staining his hands. Dawn had barely just broken. The adult had packed their bags at some point, seemingly prepared to leave. Clementine dragged her sickly body forward, trying to stop him.
Dean, where are you going? When will you be back?
No one answered. Their silence spoke for itself. All Clementine received was a gentle hand stroking her head, and a few parting words.
Clementine, you're the one we worry about least. Even when we're not around, you must take care of yourself. Wait here, so you can welcome us home.
3 tickets, 3 unwavering resolves. They left the child behind and stepped into the dawn. Yet they never came back. The sand ship Pratt vanished 17 hours after departure. All passengers missing. The girl who was left behind searched for a long time. She ventured into the darkness of sight only to find a single ticket and missed.
An eye for an eye. What a hackneyed approach. They couldn't devise anything more clever or sophisticated, so they decided on a scheme straight out of some old novel. But even that didn't work. Hope never existed. Justice never smiled upon us. Beautiful fantasy of eye for an eye only happens in novels. That's why I must seek a different kind of power.
In her most desperate time, another hand reached out to her. Who the fuck is that? I'm sorry, but what you seek is too low. There's something in your direction. And he is worthy of seeking justice. All I can offer is but to see Now, use this magic wisely. The time is running short. Now let's get into it. Is that 11? He was unforeseen there. First she engaged in mortified time, waiting for the real prey to make. Tripping over the moment sometimes confirmed he was in the past. He was just like the two she witnessed countless times. He would rack his brain over every clue, fighting for those who would deny justice, never resting and never giving up. And so Clementine drawn to stay inside, accommodating through those challenges meant only to fight time, guiding him towards the truth.
You were right. Vengeance is nothing more than a naive fantasy that exists only in fiction. It costs far too much. Only a fool would try to seek justice through it. But I am a writer at the end of the day. Naivety is allowed to exist in stories. Justice is never absent there. Miracles would happen, and whether born of love or hate, all things have a resolution. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my story, and thank you for showing me that such a world can still exist.
He takes another step forward. Last assassin crumbles to the ground. Mania sears his heart. Not the kind of act. The butterfly ornament finally drains the last of the life force around. It rests at the side of Clementine's mind, now disturbingly lifelike, as though it might tear free from its pit moments and take flight.
And now, it's my turn. I want to give the people I loved the ending they should have had.
She stepped forward into the rain.
Time to go. The final chapter awaits.
Ooh, where are we? A man is pacing anxiously, his eyes darting into the terminal screen every so often. And then the ring bearing a prominent vine cords around a set of scales symbolizing justice. Seemingly taught, yes, and drooping. They are parasitic in nature. They have woven themselves tightly around their host.
Damn it. No matter how many I delete, they just keep coming.
He refreshes the pages once more. Still no news of the anomalous arrest.
What the hell is that useless Minos chief doing? I should have known one tip-off wouldn't be enough. Good thing I sent my own people, too.
Just like countless times before pressure, silence. Even if he makes a mistake, it doesn't matter. The family should. He thought the last person who knew the truth was gone down in Sanji. It had been so long. Why won't she just leave this time? Why can't she just stay here? The phone suddenly rings. It must be the assassin who sent the terror. He answers immediately, but all she hears is a slow breathing. A sense of dread suddenly washes over him. Sorry.
At long last, I've found you.
The door suddenly burst open. The bodyguard was sent flying into the room. Before he could process what's happened, an iron grip closed around his neck, slamming him to the ground. He struggles to speak, but that's all that comes out is strangled, incoherent sound.
Do you remember me, Mr. Charles? Or should I use your old name instead, Carl?
The young children in the orphanage couldn't pronounce Charles properly. They gave him a nickname, easy to Carl. This is the very same Carl who was so kind, personally condemned him.
Once you swap our names, my story becomes the truth.
Clementine! I'm sorry. Please spare me. I didn't mean to. We used to get along, didn't we? You'd even bring the children along to tell me stories, remember?
Clementine cuts him off.
Shh.
Listen. The clock just struck 12.
Clementine tosses the gun to the ground, with the man's expression grows more tense. He finds himself unable to move. The strength in his limbs is completely drained. His eyes are fixated, eerie, glowing light emanating from the butterfly necklace. The lights go bright, and she begins to speak. Her voice is soft and gentle as if she's reading a bedtime story.
The midnight bell chimes. Figures emerge from the darkness, stepping into the chamber. Their eyes unwavering, blades gleaming in their hands. The first among them tightens her grip on the blade, its tip hovering just above the sinner's heart. She's waiting. Waiting for the sinner to open his eyes and see who has come to claim his life.
It was an accident. I didn't want to run, but the fire spread too fast. I was terrified. You know, I've always helped my uncle fund Redwood. I would never do this on purpose.
The sinner awakens in agony. He tries to scream, but a second hand clamps over his mouth. A third presses down on his shoulder. It was then that he realized the time had come for him to pay.
Searing veins spread across his skin. Under the grip of a terror, Carl can no longer see Clementine. We only see a monster.
The first stab. This for the innocent souls who perished in the flames. They withered before they could bloom. Trapped in the past before they ever had a future.
Wait, you want compensation, right? Money? Power? Anything you want, I can give you!
Though his glory reaches, the woman's figure warms and shifts. The goddess of justice descends. She weighs his sins upon her scale, bring her down to flame as judgment.
The second stab. This is for the souls who perished in White Sands before they got their revenge. They gave everything to fight injustice, seeking to reclaim justice with their own hands, only to be betrayed once more, buried beneath the sands.
No. No! Ah! Ah!
Once, twice, the needle falls over. The butterfly beats his wing frantically, yet cannot escape for it, for it has been pinned firmly to the ground.
The seventh, and the eighth. The blade falls again and again, blood splattering across the velvet wallpaper of the compartment. The sinner convulses and wails, yet he has still not paid in full. The ninth stab cuts through his skin and flesh. The 10th pierces between the ribs. The 11th splits open the heart.
Dark and putrid blood flows without end. The butterflies struggle to grow weaker and weaker until all 12 pieces has fallen. And at last, the taxidermy is complete.
12 cuts of vengeance. 12 lives. A blood debt, paid in blood.
Oof, well, that was something. Dang.
execution time. I'll take this light. Right. She did warn me about this. But how could I possibly hold back?
Oh fuck, I forgot my mic was on. But Clement simply shook her head.
I humbly decline. This is fine.
Mania engulfs Clement, everything around her, like a giant redwood burning in the night. She holds out her hand, watching the flames spiral hard before vanishing into the sky. Those days of her past have grown far in the distance, so much so that they feel like faded dreams, hazy and indistinct. Only that fire remains vivid in her mind. Pain and rage pour from her pen, transforming into words. She can never return. She is past, yet neither can she move forward. Her enemy is dead. She has no regrets. If she had to save him, she'd place her hand on her chest. Feeling the mark that connects her to him. She's drawing closer, racing towards
If you're still willing to read my stories next time.
Perhaps I'll be able to write a better ending then. You can find a place like this in Eastside. A peaked roof, a two-story wooden building. In the backyard stands an ancient tree that rustles in the breeze. It isn't particularly spacious. The red paint on the roof has already begun to peel. The windows always let in drafts, and the aging stairs creaks with every step. But none of that matters. Peeling paint form pictures if you look closer, and the broken windows let in the cool summer breeze. If you bound up the stairs laughing, Even the creaking wood sounds cheerful too. This is 28 Redwood Lane. This is our home. An elderly woman and her husband opened the orphanage together. She had no children of her own, so every homeless child who came through their doors became hers. She would always tell them to grow like redwoods, strong, steadfast, and true to themselves. There was a pair of sisters at Redwood. The older sister fell in love with a man who came to work there as a handyman, but the younger chose to venture out into the world. She joined the finest Sanchez fleet and would bring back the latest and most exciting gift for the children from the satellite town whenever she returned. The man had volatile temper, a frightening face, and always struggled to find the right words. His appearance drove many away, but the redwood welcomed him regardless. There he slowly learned to open his heart, and then eventually fell in love. The children would run through the courtyard, and around the old tree, their laughter echoing through the orphanage. Only one thing, one person could settle them down.
What would you like to hear? Are there any books on the shelf you haven't read yet?
We already read them all, Miss Clementine. Now one, you want to hear the story you wrote last time? Sometime the storytelling session would attract the others listening as well. Mrs. Jones would sit in the shade knitting, and Allison would squeeze herself right in among the children. William, though he would keep his distance, still listened all the same. The two heads huddled together, paying close attention as their most beloved and trusted Miss Clementine told them the story she's written. The children would laugh and grasp in wonder, even wipe away a tear or two as the tale unfolded.
Keep going. Keep telling your stories. The adventure goes on, and the tale never ends. Your smiles are my most precious treasure, and the words I write are my path to freedom. Keep writing, Clementine. Perhaps becoming a novelist wouldn't be such a bad dream after all. If only I could stay like this with you all and keep writing forever.
Clementine slowly opened her eyes to find herself on the train bound somewhere in the north. Brilliant lights spilled through the window. There's warmth settling over her, making her strangely drowsy. It's almost as if she'd been walking for a very long time, but finally gotten the chance to rest. Clementine! Miss Clementine! You promised to tell us the story. Will you stop? A voice comes from somewhere unknown. They're so achingly familiar that her eye begins to sting.
Tell a story.
Yeah, you stopped right at the best part last time. The detective was about to reveal who the real bad guy is. Frozen memory begins to thaw and return. Yes, she had made such promises, hadn't she? Are you okay, Miss Clementine?
Don't worry about me. I just had a very, very long dream. There was a great fire in the dream, and you all went away, one by one. I searched for so long, but I couldn't find any of you.
She trails off. Warm hand comes to rest gently on her head. One by one, translucent figures settle down around her. A kind face, a cheerful face, a stern face. Every single one is familiar. She may claim to have forgotten, but they have long been etched into her heart. She hears a whistle in the distance. train was about to depart, bound for that place of eternal joy and peace.
So, will you come with us this time?
Though, there's someone outside calling for you. Looks like he's trying really hard to bring you back with him.
Is that so?
She made a promise to wait for someone to return, but her limbs feel impossibly heavy, as though they have been filled with lead. Her eyelids weighed down, about to close at any second now. Even the strength to speak is slipping away from her.
In that case, you should just rest for a while.
By the time you reach the scene, it's already over. All you see are countless dots of light scattered across the sky, the remnants of the goddess of entrance, and half a torn page. You reach out and catch it, with the manuscript page Clementine scribbled on front of you. Some of the ink on the page fades from the heat, revealing the original line of text beneath.
The train finally arrives at the station. One by one, the passengers disembark from the Preva. The shadows that have shrouded their hearts for far too long have finally been lifted. After all these years, they can finally step into the light and walk toward the future.
Sleep well, child. You've been through so much.
Welcome home. An electric fire broke out, remains unknown and confirmed. Wait, does that mean Clementine's dead? She disappeared. God damn. Okay, her remains as unknown. That means she's still alive. Hello there, dear stranger. The end of the story. You got I don't know if I should have chosen a different fucking choice. Ooh. God dang. Oof, fuck. That was definitely the end of that. Oof, well at least the fucking game always confirmed that the character does not die. At least. It'll give me a chance to get it.
Forensic pathologist. Let me be clear from the start.
Oof, got all of that. Couldn't get these in the life. Oof, that did not take long. That got longer than I thought. But still, it took time. But for now, I think this is a good place to leave the stream. Oh, that's no problem.
Hey, looks like you're.
Oh, fuck, man.
Street, now an empty space. Neon signs buzzing on my face. See shadows stretching in the dark.
Fucking event story.
Long figures walking.
Well, I was thinking of kissing her, but now I think I'm gonna have to fucking get her anyway. I guess I'm gonna have to do these on my own time anyway. So, for now, thank you guys for joining me today on the stream. I hope you guys have a lovely time. And I'll try to at least fucking start back on my schedule again.
Street,
But
now an
no
empty
problem.
space.
I still gotta see what I can do. But for now,
Neon signs
thank you guys for joining me here today on the stream. I'll see you guys next time.
see
Bye-bye.
shadows stretching in the dark. Long figures walking, going up like sparks. There, on an old bench of strangers looking for peace while the shadows linger. There's no voice but a silent whisper. No one can hear the cry of a drifter. So please, let's see the real face. Let's see the seed alive behind the mask of wine. Yes, so please, let's call her real name, and maybe she'll hear our cry. Days are passing by, living this life, not knowing what we're looking for. Gray, these walls are gray, and there is no hope, there is no sword. I know somewhere there must be more. Basket singing for no one. Bittersweet nights and days without sun. Be no shy, don't flee from the light. Don't seek for embrace in the arms of the night. So please, let's see the real face. Let's see the seed alive